on the dais. Welcome. So in our dignitaries panel, we have Shri Jishnu Barua ji, Chairperson of the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, who is our chief guest for the event. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Mr. Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya ji, Director Projects at NTPC Limited. Welcome, sir. We also have Surbhi Goyal, Senior Energy Specialist at World Bank. Welcome. We also have Dr. Ashok Srinivas, who's a Senior Fellow and Group Coordinator at Prayas Energy Group. He's on his way, so he should be joining the conference soon. I would now like to request Mr. Chandra Bhushan, President and CEO of iForest, to give his opening remarks.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome the dignitaries of the panel, Shri Barua, Shri Bhattacharya, Surbhi Goyal, Ashok, and colleagues. It is a great pleasure that you all have joined us on this important meeting. Unfortunately, I am in Bangalore to attend a meeting on solar geoengineering, which I had agreed almost 6 months back. Despite knowing the fact that it is iForest meeting, I couldn't join because I had promised in Institute of Science that I will be here. So I was on a conflicted mind yesterday, and I decided that as I had promised an external agency that I will be part of that discussion, I should fulfill that promise. So therefore I'm joining you online, and I'm quite sure that my colleagues are very capable and they will be able to handle this meeting in a much better way than I can. So I will not be missed. So let me say that. Let me start by saying why this topic is important to us and why we started working on this topic. About 4 years back, when iForest was started, one of the major topics of work for us was just transition. We were working in coal regions of India, and we understood the socio-economic implications of phasing down fossil fuels, especially in close to 50 districts of India, where coal-based power, coal mining, and coal-based industries play a very, very significant role. And while doing that research, we realized that the law in India is largely geared towards building new things. So we have all our environmental laws, which is geared towards establishment and construction of new facilities. But there are hardly any law which looks at decommissioning. Nuclear power is the only sector where decommissioning is a formal law, where even resources are accumulated to ensure decommissioning of a nuclear power plant. In mining sector, for example, there is some amount of resources and some legal framework to close a coal mine. But when it comes to factory sector, thermal power plant, for example, or a steel plant or a cement plant, the legal framework is not there. There is no, if you look at environmental impact assessment notification, the term decommissioning does not occur in environmental impact assessment notification. Our land laws, for example, Land Acquisition Act, the latest Land Acquisition Act, is also silent on what will happen to land when a factory decommissions. After all, acquisition is based on purpose. And what happens to land when purpose finishes is an important legal question. So we started looking at decommissioning from a legal perspective about 2.5 years back. Then there was this case in National Green Tribunal on decommissioning of thermal power plant, and an NGT requested Central Pollution Control Board to look at developing an environmental guidelines on decommissioning of thermal power plant. And then we understood this importance more and we started working on it. So while our entry into decommissioning is very much from environmental perspective, my colleague Mandvi has worked very closely with Central Pollution Control Board in looking at these guidelines, apart from many other research organizations that CPCB is also coordinating with. But we entered decommissioning from environmental perspective, but now we realize more and more that decommissioning will also have implication on social issues, especially labor and the local community, as well as on financial issues. So this meeting, while the starting point was legal and environmental, is going to address also social and financial aspect of decommissioning of thermal power plant. I also believe that this discussion is important. CERC has asked for comments on financial aspect of decommissioning. We have submitted our point of view to CERC, and we look forward to also working with CERC on this. Let me end by saying that the topic that we are discussing today is actually happening on the ground. Last month, I was at 3 thermal power plant, which is part of the thermal power plant, which is getting decommissioned. I was at DVC Bokaro, where they are decommissioning a few units. I was at Kolaghat and Bandel in West Bengal, where the plants are being decommissioned. So we are doing this discussion when we can see thermal power plants are being decommissioned and repurposed so that economic continuity can happen. So this is a very, very important topic. We have put down our opinion in 2 reports, one fact sheet and one report, which we will be releasing today. And I hope that you all will engage with us on this discussion and take this discussion forward. So let me thank the panelists again, the chief guest, Mr. Barua. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us in this important meeting. I would like to thank my colleagues for getting you all here. Thank you very much.
We will now have a presentation to provide some context for the conference by Mandvi Singh, Program Director, Energy and Climate Change, iForest.
Thank you, Shivangi. Can you put up my screen? Hi, good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us today here. Thank you to all the guests in the inaugural session for this early morning meeting. My name is Mandvi, and I'm Program Director at iForest, working on issues on energy and climate change. This presentation is a little more than context, of course, a little bit of context, but we'll get into the details of some of the financial mechanisms specifically that we have talked about, and then the panelists can also, comment on. So I think it's a very fundamental question to ask and understand what is TPP decommissioning. It is essentially the end-of-life activities that begin post-retirement of a power plant. Once it is withdrawn from generation, from the grid, what are the set of activities that need to be taken to take it from that state of retirement to redevelopment and reuse? Complex set of activities. It's a project in itself where you have to remove equipment and material that can be salvaged. Then you have to dismantle the infrastructure as per the requirement, depending on what you visualize as the end use of the plant. There are multiple hazardous and toxic waste materials that need to be handled in line with what the regulations and laws say. And then the most important and crucial part, there is environmental remediation of the plant site to be done, especially if your ash pond has been really badly managed during the lifetime, which is the case with a lot of power plants in the country. Very crucial aspect, which has not so much been spoken about till now, is the management of the social impact. What happens to the formal workers, informal workers, and the community which is dependent on it. Typically, we see that the most important concern in this context is informal workers. We'll get into it. There's a separate session on it. But yeah, so it's a very complex set of activities. It is a project in itself, can take 3 years to 4 years, depending on how the power plant approaches it. And it can never happen also, depending on how the plant owners approach this question. So CB has given some context of why regulatory guidance is important for this. But we'll get into the details of it here in a few slides. The first point is that, of course, India is pretty far from a coal phase-out scenario. We have a long-term commitment of net zero by 2070. But the immediate priority, given the demand scenario and the supply scenario, is to continue with full throttle with the capacity that we have, and rightfully so. In this scenario itself, what has happened is that till July 2023, India has decommissioned 18.4 gigawatt of thermal capacity, retired, and some of it decommissioned, but retired. And in the recent years, you see the trend since 2016 that majority of the capacity has been retired in recent years, which is 12 gigawatt, of which 2.7 gigawatt is under some sort of a redevelopment, while the rest is largely awaiting action. In the medium term, given CEA's plan, generation plan, which is sort of recently released, we see that 2.1 gigawatt will additionally be retired by 2032 as per the CEA plan. So we do not have many instances of decommissioning to look forward to in the next decade. However, over the longer term, this is the time for you to assess what has been done, what needs to be done, and put mechanisms in place that can support a smooth transition as you reach the stage where your longer term commitments, your energy security concerns are a little bit settled through technology, and you reach a stage where it kind of picks up pace. Because already 1/5 of the thermal capacity which is installed in the country is over 35 years of age and sort of primed for decommissioning, so to say. So what are these concerns that can be addressed through regulatory measures? Primary is environment. CB also mentioned that's the entry point for this conversation. When you dismantle a unit, there's multiple kinds of waste to be dealt with. So a lot of laws and regulations come into play related to waste, hazardous waste, toxic waste, and a large quantity of C&D waste. And the second point is, of course, of environmental remediation, especially in context of reclamation of ash ponds. The second issue is that of social. Now, there is substantial employment that a particular power plant provides. CA gives you a smaller number, but in our experience of studying Korba, Angul, Ramgarh, we find that number to be much higher than what the CA gives. And roughly 2 workers, formal workers per megawatt, and 2.5 informal workers per megawatt is the kind of average number which comes out. It goes up to 3 also, 3.5 also. And here the most crucial concern is with respect to informal and contractual labor, because we find that issues of compensation and re-employment become major issues leading to demonstrations, dharnas, and litigations also, because existing social security mechanism also doesn't provide them with any sort of security. The third concern here, because of the environmental measures you need to take and because of the social security measures that you may need to take, comes the question of finance. Now, and I will sort of get into the details of this in later slides, but there are multiple direct and indirect costs when it comes to decommissioning. There is very little understanding or documentation on what this cost is. But when we look at global examples and a few India examples, we have arrived at a rough estimate of 50,000 USD to 150,000 USD per megawatt as what it could cost you to decommission. which includes and accounts for salvage value of the plant. An existing tariff mechanism actually doesn't account for recovery of decommissioning at all. I'll get into the details later. The final question is that of repurposing, which is perhaps the most crucial question. This is actually an aggregate number. The total land area that coal power plants in India occupy, thermal power plants overall occupy, is the size of Delhi NCR. So that's a huge area of land that we're talking about, and it's not optimal for a growing economy for that land to be not utilized. We do have examples of power plants retired and units still standing, maybe a handful only at this point, but you don't want that situation to become a norm. So there's no efficient mechanism in place to decide the next best use, and most often it tends to be ad hoc and led by sort of ownership related issues of who owns the land versus who's leased it and what is the purpose linked to it, etc. Like CB said, that the need for adequate guidance has been sort of acknowledged in recent years. The first sort of measure in this context was when the NGT, the Southern Bench of NGT, while hearing a case related to a TPP decommissioning in Tamil Nadu, ordered that these guidelines need to be developed so that a thermal power plant decommissioning can be environmentally sound. This happened in February 2021. A few months later, CPCB issued the draft guidelines in this context, which are yet to be finalized. Hopefully, it gets finalized soon. But that was the second major event in this context. And the third one is the recent two events that have happened this year, where CERC in its approach paper for the next tariff order has actually, for the first time, acknowledged the need for decommissioning costs as part of the tariff structure. And then later in June, we had new guidelines issued by CEA and CPCB together regarding design, construction, O&M, and annual certification of coal ash ponds, which very crucially talks about addressing issues of stabilization and reclamation of an abandoned ash pond. Again, issues that are sort of very, very linked to decommissioning and perhaps very crucial. So in this sort of context, what we look at, this whole, Ashok is here. Ashok, you could just come. Yeah. So in this, so in this context, like I said, that India is at sort of at the right moment to build structures which can support proper decommissionings going forward. We have some suggestions which we have submitted to CPCB, and we are working with them around it, essentially on environmental aspects, and also to CERC we've made the submissions for tariff, which I will sort of touch upon here. So as far as environmental aspects are concerned, like I said, there are two guiding documents right now. There's the Environmental Guidelines for Decommissioning Coal and Lignite-Fired Power Plants, which is a draft document. It comprehensively lists all the relevant acts, notifications, rules that come into play when a thermal power plant is decommissioned. And it also introduces certain procedures which power companies need to follow while planning and executing decommissioning. And the second document, of course, is related to the ash ponds, which establishes the regulatory requirement for stabilization, reclamation, and certification, most importantly, certification of an abandoned ash pond, which becomes the most crucial part of decommissioning in the sense that it's the most costly and the most time-taking aspect also, perhaps. Now, our assessment and our submission in this context is that there is significant scope of strengthening these guidelines as they are finalized to ensure that it is effectively sort of implemented. First is a time-bound mandate, because there are multiple instances where if it's not made time-bound, plants can be just left abandoned forever also in some cases. An introduction of procedures that eases the process of decommissioning. There should be the mechanism should be to simplify the clearances and the consent procedure so that it doesn't sort of becomes too cumbersome for the power plant also to then take up these activities. And very crucially, to incentivize repurposing. If it can be done through this guidance, I think it will be very beneficial for the country as a whole. So all of this will help sort of build a strong case for a legal basis for decommissioning TPPs once the decision of retirement has been taken. I'll get into the details of financial aspects in this presentation. I'll come back to the environment issues detail in the second session that we have. But as far as financial aspects are concerned, it is important, first of all, for the country to understand decommissioning costs, because right now there is very limited clarity on what these costs are. Based on what we have seen in India in terms of examples of power plants that have been demolished and global literature, there are three phases in this cost comes up. There's the pre-demolition cost, where there is still O&M cost related to plants once it shuts down. For instance, Badarpur continues to pay for the school that is there and other social infrastructure that is there, plus station overheads, etc., which you continue. You're not getting tariff, but you're still paying for it. There is worker compensation that has to be done as per the law of the land, whether it is formal workers, informal workers, whoever you're dealing with. You may argue whether it's adequate or not, but that is a cost that you bear. Next is cost of planning for closure itself. Multiple studies, environment and social impact assessment is a very crucial aspect of planning for decommissioning, which has to be undertaken. Plus other technical evaluation with respect to wastes, especially hazardous waste. There's a lot of studies that go into it before the decommissioning actually happens. Then there's the cost of securing clearances and tendering, etc., etc. In the demolition phase itself, you are looking at the cost of identification, removal and transport of salvageable material. There's cost of plant demolition works, cost of separation, recycling and disposal of demolition material itself, and then cost of site cleanup, and then throughout this process, the cost of monitoring and management. And post-demolition, environmental remediation can be a massive cost, like I said, depending on how you have run your plant. And of course, there are contingency costs to account for and cost of manning the site till it is repurposed. So, like I said, based on global literature and some India examples, we estimate this cost to range around 50,000 USD to 150,000 USD. Depending on factors like plant size, the extent of environmental damage cost, what is the decided end use of the plant, how much did you have to demolish essentially, and what the salvage value you were able to recover, which itself depends on what the commodity price at the time is, what is the demand for that turbine at the time that you're demolishing it. So in India, the existing tariff provisions are such that you are allowed to depreciate your plant up to 90%, and then 10% of it is of salvage value is assumed to help you recover the decommissioning cost. But that's not adequate. There are scenarios where it could be a scenario where salvage value is not able to recover decommissioning cost, and there could also be a scenario where the depreciation has not fully happened. So both of these scenarios are not accounted for and in the current sort of tariff mechanism. So that is something that the CERC approach paper itself kind of acknowledges as it asks for suggestions. And one crucial concern is that if decommissioning is not made financially viable, generation companies are most likely to abandon the plants in an as-is state due to lack of funds. And this is what we saw happening in US a decade back, when there was no mechanism in place for them to pay for this, and a lot of plants were shut down and as they started their clean energy journey. And then later, of course, a lot of states made regulations around this. In fact, laws were also created to ensure decommissioning and also to then provide for that funding. So what mechanisms can be put in place to pay for decommissioning costs? Now, there are multiple examples that exist, both nationally, globally, of such mechanisms in context of energy assets. In coal mine closure, CB also mentioned the example where, of nuclear power plant he had mentioned, but also in coal mine closure, the mechanism is already in place where, a fixed escrow account is created by every mine owner, which is held as an escrow with the coal controller as the exclusive beneficiary. And if funds are submitted annually to it, the amount is about 9 lakh per hectare for open cast mines and 1,50,000 for underground mines. And the final review of the adequacy of the amount and the plan is done 5 years prior to the closure, and accordingly the gap is filled. So that's the mechanism used for coal mines. For nuclear power plant, a levy is there of around 2 paisa per unit, which is collected in a decommissioning fund, which is managed by NPCIL on behalf of the Department of Atomic Energy. And there's substantial money because it's being collected from the day the plant starts operating, so it's a much smaller amount. An example of mechanisms that are in place to support early closures largely is through public and private funds. We see, multilateral banks have pitched in with, concessional loans, loan restructuring, underwriting, many mechanisms, to support power plants, for instance, in Southeast Asia that are closing early before the depreciation has been fully paid for. So, in terms of, I think I've already mentioned this, this gap being acknowledged by CERC's approach paper. The idea is, the reason why you need it is to reduce the risk perception among investors and to provide clarity so that it doesn't lead to litigations. It's a quote from the approach paper itself. What it suggests is that you have the net profit or the net loss post decommissioning and disposal of asset adjusted at one go from the beneficiary, factoring in the unrecovered depreciation. Now the challenge here is, of course, that you may be in a scenario where the power plant would not be in a position to raise that kind of working capital last minute, and it could lead to a liability default. So, given what we've seen happening in other energy assets and also with respect to global examples, I think it's best that accrual of decommissioning costs is done over a long period of time and not at one go. And given the vintage of power plants in India, a scenario-based mechanism is what we suggest for this, wherein there are plants that are able to recover depreciation are put in one bracket, and the ones that are not are treated separately. And within this category of plants that do sort of complete 25 years, you treat the plants that have at least 5 years of life different from the plants that have less than 5 years. Here, primary is to allow recovery of decommissioning costs through a tariff component, and which can be held as a state level fund to support unit level as well as plant level decommissioning. In case of plants that have at least 5 years of life remaining, that amount can be collected over a longer period of time, versus the plants that have less than 5 years remaining, the adjustment could be done in a one go. Now the mechanism is detailed out in our report, which we are happy to share with you once it's released. But that's the broad summary. But for plants that are going to shut down prematurely, it is very important that private owners, the plant owners, be encouraged to strike deals with the multilateral banks or whoever is willing to support them with it to raise funds for it, because otherwise the burden of it would most likely fall on public funds, which is also an example we see in Europe, for instance, where these funds have been created through public money, depending on the priority of the government and the funds available, of course. So broadly, that's where I conclude, and I'll hand it over to our esteemed guests to now maybe comment on this and provide their perspective on it. But the overall sort of point that we're trying to make here is that this is a very interesting opportunity that India has in terms of planning for decommissioning. We are in a scenario where some of it is happening, so there are examples to learn from. We have time to study how this has been managed elsewhere, and build a mechanism which is favorable for everybody. You don't want to burden the power plant owner with a cost that they have not accounted in a regulated market. You don't want to burden the environment with the mechanisms that have not been created itself. So there is, and of course, social aspects. We will hear more from the ground itself. We have the last session, very interesting speakers to share their experience on this, but the point is that there's enough time that we have to deliberate and put in proper mechanisms so that it doesn't become a burden when the time comes. So I'll stop at that. And Shivangi. hand it over to Shivangi to, call the next speakers. Thank you.
So before we proceed, I would like to welcome Dr. Ashok Srinivas to the panel. Welcome, sir. I would now like to request Shri Jishnu Barwaji, Chairperson of the CERC, to give his chief guest address. Welcome, sir.
Shri Chandrabhushan, President and CEO of iForest, Shri Ujjwal Kantri Bhattacharya, Director of Forest Projects, NTPC Limited, Dr. Ashok Srinivas, Senior Fellow and Group Coordinator Prayas, Ms. Survi Goyal, Senior Energy Specialist World Bank, dignitaries and friends on the dais, of course she's gone back, and off the dais. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this conference, on this very special conference on decommissioning TPP in India. I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me to share my thoughts on this, of which till a few months back I had no clue. iForest, I'm aware, and it's also come out in Mandvi's presentation, has done considerable work and deep research into the whole aspect of decommissioning. They have worked out the implications and the necessity of decommissioning inefficient thermal plants and those plants which are on the verge of retirement or have retired. The organizers have very correctly pointed out that there are several instances of thermal power plants simply abandoned or simply abandoned or forgotten, where they rust and have great environmental implications for the neighboring area or the surrounding region. In the recent past, CBPC and indeed CERC have taken steps for addressing the challenge of decommissioning. It's a matter of some surprise to me that we did not have any set of rules or regulation in place to tackle this issue of decommissioning in the past. Of course, now we are slowly waking up to this challenge, and something is sought to be put in place, a detailed procedure relating to decommissioning. The first proposition that I wish to make today is that India is unwaveringly committed to clean energy transition, despite its very low capacity contribution, low per capita contribution to the greenhouse gas emission. Let me spell out what we mean by clean energy transmission. This clean energy transmission in the Indian context refers to energy sector's shift from fossil-based energy production and consumption to renewable energy sources. This is what we understand and mean by clean energy transition. The penetration of renewable energy into the energy mix and the improvements in energy storage are all key drivers of this energy transition. In India, India has demonstrated its global leadership. Already, the installed RE capacity is 180 megawatt or around 180 megawatt, of which 130 gigawatt, of which 130 gigawatt is RE, and around 30 or 40 gigawatt is hydro capacity. India is the fourth highest installation of or installed capacity of clean energy resources in the world. As I mentioned earlier, India has a very low historical and per capita contribution of greenhouse gas emission. India's per capita electricity consumption is only 1/3 of the global average. It's around 1255 55 kilowatt hour per person or per capita, as against 3,600 odd, which is the global average. So we have miles to cover and a lot to achieve before we reach the global standards. However, India has taken a pledge to reduce the emission intensity of its GDP by 45% by 2030 when compared to 2005 levels, and also achieve about 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel-based energy resources by 2030. And that actually is the goal, immediate goal. For green transition, the government has set an ambitious target of 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel-based installed capacity by 2030. Now, government and the regulators, and I do not mean only CERC, but you have the state regulators and you have regulators across sectors, have adopted various policies and regulations to promote renewables and accelerate clean energy transition. This is being done through renewable purchase obligations, green energy corridor, must-run status for our resources, bringing down the technical minimum level for thermal power plants, and this is very important. Earlier, the level was around minimum technical requirement was 55%. This has been brought down to around 40% because that is the state standard which is set by CEA. So now it can come out 40 or 45%, isn't it?
They are working on it, sir.
But it's about, CEA said 45%. So anyway, the point is this, that when the minimum level goes down and it's brought down to 40 or 45%, then it gives scope for renewable energy to utilize the corridors. The most important scheme, which is, I think, of a great intervention, is the flexibilization of scheme of the government or Ministry of Power. And we have a number of petitions pending in our court seeking adoption of tariffs on this. I think this is a game changer because many a thermal plant has sufficient land and sometimes much more than sufficient land available in them. And this surplus land can always be converted into solar facilities, and renewables can be taken up in those parts. Already NTPC has taken up a number of schemes. So as I have mentioned to you, they have come to us for adoption of tariff. These measures, I have not spelled out all of them, would certainly help us in replacing the generation from conventional sources like coal with renewable energy such as wind and solar. Having said all this, I have to say that planning and executing this energy transition, which iForest and Mandavi in her presentation has also acknowledged, I think is very complex, and India has been following a pragmatic approach in this regard, where, first of all, the country's energy security concerns are addressed, and a need is also, and the need to keep the power made available to people at a reasonable level is also kept in mind. And that's the second proposition I have to make. CERC, as indeed any commission in the power sector, has to maintain a fine balance between interests of the generators and those of the consumers. Already in various areas, the cost of production has gone up. For instance, transmission cost today is about 80 paisa per kilowatt all over India. It used to be 30 paisa, 40 paisa. And this has happened because of huge expansion in the transmission sector and also providing waivers to the renewable energy sector. And the burden is faced by the consumer. And time and again, we keep getting requests from our fellow regulators in the states not to pass on the burden to the states. So this is an issue that needs to be kept in mind. As the share of intermittent renewable energy in the grid increases, there would be a greater need for flexibility in the grid to absorb it. CERC has enabled various regulations such as ancillary service regulations, forecasting framework for wind and solar to cater to this need. This is something new that we have talked about and mentioned. This is that ancillary services have been put in place to ensure that the frequency is maintained at the required level, and the system also functions smoothly. Renewable energy, of course, gets the must-run benefit or the facility, because they have the right, the first right to use facilities, the transmission network, that is. So in order to all this, to enable them to achieve their potential, CERC has made enabling provisions in its regulations. You will agree the question of moving away from coal mining is complex, given India's coal dependency and the social fabric of people in the mining areas. A significant formal and informal workforce depends on coal and coal-based electricity generation sectors for their livelihood. And I understand the number is about 1 million. I mean, roughly, that is the figure that I have been told. If about 1 million is about 10 lakhs of people who are involved with it, directly or indirectly, either as permanent employees of various coal mining companies, or as casuals, or even indirectly connected with it. Given that, and the complexity of the issues involved, phasing down coal in India's electricity sector must be carefully planned, well calibrated, and gradually executed. It cannot be done in a day. It has to be done gradually and over a period of time. CE, in its recently notified National Electricity Plan 2032, has considered a cautious approach for coal capacity likely to be decommissioned by 2032 while carrying out generation expansion studies. As per CEA's report, between 2017 and 2022, around 10 gigawatt of thermal capacity has already been decommissioned. Now I believe, as we've been informed through that presentation made by Mandvi, that figure is much higher. It's about 18.4. Maybe the period is much longer. As regards decommissioning, a comprehensive plan that assesses the cost and benefits of decommissioning is very important. And this plan should also include a plan to address the social and environmental impacts of decommissioning. Further, it is important that the plan is transparently put across to all stakeholders, and that all concerns of the stakeholders are addressed. CERC, as was mentioned in the presentation, has issued a discussion paper which we call a staff paper for larger consultation with stakeholders to seek comments and suggestions on various aspects of decommissioning of generation station in tariff regulations. And this paper has been done to prepare the 2024-2029 tariff policy. The CERC's staff paper unambiguously acknowledges that with the growing concerns over inefficient generating stations and their impact on climate change, it is imperative that to have appropriate provisions in the tariff regulations to deal with all eventualities. And that is a statement which was made in our staff paper. Comments have been sought from stakeholders to suggest possible approaches to recover the impact of decommissioning cost of such generating stations. You are aware that we follow a very detailed procedure of seeking comments from stakeholders. The staff papers put up, and that is actually a study done by our own officers. And it's placed on the net. Comments and suggestions are invited. Thereafter, there would be a public hearing, and finally, the Commission meets and decides on the course of action to be taken and what should come out in the staff paper, the tariff regulations eventually. The approach paper has discussed various approaches, including decommissioning of old generating stations that are likely to operate below the normative parameters, which also, in that manner, inflicts higher costs onto both generators and the beneficiaries. CERC has noted the fact that in the coming years, the share of coal as a source of energy in the power sector will reduce on account of compelling environmental considerations, but it also recognizes the continuing and current prominence of coal as a source of energy in meeting energy reliability, particularly during the peak hours, peak hours and during the peak summer season that we are actually going through right now. This year, on 1st September, the peak demand rose to as high as 241 gigawatt as against last year's peak high of 212 gigawatt. There was a shortage of around 6 to 9 gigawatt in the peak hours, which has been met by ramping up the availability of power facilitated by a slew of measures which the Ministry of Power had announced, and that has mitigated this problem to a large extent. It must be said, and we all agree with that decommissioning entails cost. There could be uncovered depreciation in case of early closure in order to comply with the statutory orders or due to technological obsolescence or any other uncontrollable factor. Then there are costs relating to dismantling, waste management, and environmental remediations as per guidance from CPCB. On the other hand, there is some salvage value that can be realized. And this, I believe, in the Indian context, the salvage value of these plants do not really cover up the entire cost. So it's only approximate to a small percentage of the requirement. Our approach paper, that is CERC's approach paper, talks of one approach to this whole problem of decommissioning, and that is really about the net profit and net loss post decommission and disposal of asset could be possibly adjusted in one go from the beneficiaries. This is one possibility that has been talked of as a way out. But we are awaiting the views and comments from our stakeholders before anything definite can be said. So today I cannot say anything whether this is going to be adopted. We have been seeking comments. Much of it has come, but then we have to go through the process of having public hearing and all that. So we are still some months away from a final closure on this process. Our objective in the Commission is to make sure decommission costs are neutral to the generating station and generating companies and do not impact the beneficiaries much. Of course it will affect, but it shouldn't affect the beneficiaries too adversely. This would also reduce risk perception among investors and may provide clarity on such matters, because this would ultimately would or might lead to litigations, which will be burdened in the Commission itself. In short, let me summarize and to say that decommissioning thermal power stations and plants in India has a number of environmental, social, and financial aspects. these aspects need to be evaluated very carefully so that we can prepare a comprehensive plan which will take care of the social and environmental aspects and impacts of such decommissioning. Given the developmental aspirations of the country, now please, I've chosen this word very carefully, developmental aspirations of this country and this energy security concerns, in my opinion, and in our opinion, that's the Commission's opinion, our strategy should be to preserve base load capacities to the extent of our requirement, but endeavor to replace generation from coal-based stations as far as possible with renewable sources, which is already happening, and with this new scheme of flexible use of power plants, where thermal plants are allowed to have a mix by going in for renewable. All this will certainly pave the way for a much smoother transition from fossil-based to non-fossil-based energy. With these few words, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for those insights, sir. I will now request Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya ji, Director Projects at NTPC Limited, to give his special address. Welcome, sir.
I think the special address, I have hardly anything else to say, because everything has been not only clearly articulated by Chairman CERC, who is also incidentally the sectoral boss, as we say. And he has also made the canvas a bit broader for Madam Mandavi and others to look into very carefully. But nonetheless, standing in front of you, I would like to share some of the thoughts. Some may be, many of those things may be just repetitive. But I'll start from a point of view of a generator. And let me tell you that we are not only a generator, we are also a government company. So we are obligated to carry the government policies and provide energy security as per the country's requirement and policy. Right, sir? So my entire discussion and keynote or whatever you say special address will hinge upon that. At the very beginning, let me acknowledge respected Chairman CERC, Mr. Ashok Srinivas, Madam Gwell, and all the dignitaries of the dais for providing me such a beautiful forum. And thanks to you, before I was involved in this forum, I had no idea that you have done such a incisive and wide canvas research. In fact, you raised certain issues which will give me some more thoughts, because we as a 74,000 megawatt generation company are definitely facing the possibility of shutting down some of the plants and definitely dismantling them. But from the very beginning, let me make my position a bit neutral, because some of you, especially Prayas, might be thinking I am biased being a coal lobbyist. Well, I have no hesitation to say that out of 74,000 megawatt, a super majority of roughly 85% of my generation comes from coal. But I have generation in hydro, I have generation in solar, I have generation in wind, and we are now rapidly progressing to get into nuclear power also. That must be known to all of you. We have already identified nuclear power of 4,200 megawatt capacity to be developed by 2030, 2 projects identified. So my business is not to generate coal power, and that's where the conflict is seen and suspected. My business, and apart from coal, I have almost 7,000 megawatt capacity of gas turbine also. So my business is not to generate electricity from coal. my business is to generate electricity, and I tell my people that my business is to move electron, to be very specific. If I can move electron by wishful thinking, that will be my business. If I need coal for movement of electron, that will be my business. If I move electron by nuclear or solar, so be it. So I am completely indifferent to the source of prime mover power, which helps me moving the electron. I hope this august body will allow me to have that position before I start talking, because whatever I say will be some kind of bias here and there, which can be aspersed on my talk. Climate change is real, and we did not repeat 1.5 degree, 2 degree, and 4 degree, that doomsday predictions and other things. While I am sure that it may not go to the doomsday, business as usual will take it to 4 degrees centigrade by the end of the century. Actions, corrective actions taken today will restrict it to 1.5 degree. We know all these things. But one thing is clear, the climate has changed and it is further changing. Now, whether only coal industry is responsible for this, or the buses and trucks running on the road are responsible for this, or it is a collective, including the cattle from the burping, the methane, CO2 has been identified, unfortunately, as the main villain. But you must be knowing that methane is much more lethal, which is 26 times more lethal in terms of GHG. And there are many more gases. There are gases which are 2,800 times more lethal than CO2. But CO2 has been identified because visibly that is the biggest polluter, as you can see chimneys from a distance, because the chimney heights are at 275 meters. The demand of the country is growing, and why should it not? The growth of the electricity is a clear barometer that the country is growing. When our Honorable Prime Minister says that this is Amrit Kal, and by 2047 we need to reach the developed country, it means that we need to grow. When our planners decide that we need to grow possibly at the 8%, then one fundamental thing which requires to give impetus to the growth is the mother industry. And the mother industry for the entire country or the world is electricity or power. There were times when our electricity and growth, GDP growth, the elasticity was 1.2 or 1.3 even. It fell down to possibly at 0.85 because our GDP, if you see, the contributions of different sectors was largely being contributed by the commercial activities, the services sector. The industry and the manufacturing fell down to below 20% and around 15 to 16%. The numbers may vary plus minus here and there. But with the Atmanirbhar Bharat slogan, and which is not only emotive, which is very real for us to grow, and also to grow with our own way. What is going to happen in this country is lots of manufacturing activity. Besides Atmanirbhar requirement of India, there are global geopolitical requirement which is also shifting its own focus from earlier nowhere but China, NBC slogan, to ABC, anywhere but China. You must be knowing that NBC is switching to ABC. Now we have to take advantage of that ABC, anywhere but China. Now Vietnam is there, Philippines is there, even smaller countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, everybody is there. So who will get the larger pie of the anywhere but China brings the concept of friendshoring. And that's what probably our leaders are doing everyday basis. They are flying to different countries, having different kinds of foreign policy initiatives and different kinds of balancing act. Despite the war between Russia and Ukraine, we have been keeping our relationship with the Russian side also, as well as the NATO lobby also. So all these things have bearing only one thing, more and more energy demand, and most clean and usable portion of energy being electricity, more and more electricity demand. 241 gigawatt, yes sir, that's a reality. In fact, that's a horror story for us. Every moment we are under pressure, and we have some sleepless, not only nights, we have many sleepless days also. Although during daytime you are not supposed to sleep. But you have a chanless days, where every moment you are being asked by somebody, is there any more reserve capacity left with NTPC? Now why NTPC? Because for 70,000 megawatt, providing almost 26% generation in the country, we are called upon whenever there is a crisis. We are bursting at our seams. So government has decided to expand beyond what is under construction capacity by another 26,000 megawatt, and we have committed that. And that was 3-4 months ago, everything was settled, that we started awarding, we started developing, and those are the plans which were earlier committed but not executed because the world was swinging to other things, other area, that all renewable area. But I can share with you recently during the Parliamentary Committee visit in Hyderabad just 7 days ago, where our Honorable Minister, Secretary, everybody was there, and we were hosting that. There was a discussion of the committee session that what is the way forward. And I made a pitch there that if you look at China, they are developing 101 gigawatt of thermal power station, coal-based power station right now. And India needs more power. Now, whether we develop coal or we develop gas, we develop nuclear, we develop solar, that is our own plan. And primarily, we have decided that we will go for 500 gigawatt of renewable capacity, and that is there. If possible, we will make it 500 plus. But at the same time, if the demand grows by leaps and bounds, and if we really can reach that level of developed country, the consumption also at houses will go up beyond your manufacturing sector. If you look at the number of ACs being sold, how many ACs are being sold in India? Any idea? Anybody? You must be having lots of ideas. The thumb rule says it is more than 80 lakh a year. Now, per AC, air conditioner, 1.5 kilowatt of load. You can calculate just for air conditioning how much you are going to grow, and the demand is going to grow up. Numbers, Mandaviji, I am just telling thumb rule. I may be wrong, just plus minus. You collect from BEE, Bureau of Energy Enterprises. They told me these thumb rule numbers. I am yet to confirm it. But it should be something around that. Some of them will be replacement, but majority are that new aspiration. This is the new aspiring India, where people not only want job, not only people want iPhone 15, they also want comfort at their home, that I am not going to live my life the way my forefather had. I need a different kind of living style. So with the lifestyle, if we don't follow fully the way our Prime Minister is telling LIFE in a different way, lifestyle for environment, we will face only what is known as more and more growth of electricity. That brings us to the situation of energy trilemma. Energy trilemma is a concept known to all of you. It says that energy equity, energy accessibility, and energy security. The energy security is the most important, which Honorable Chairman of CERC has already spoken about. I will not touch upon that in much detail. I will only say that energy security includes the security of supply of fuel and security of supply by transmission line, apart from the generation and the cost of it. The other parts of energy equity, energy accessibility tells not only the distribution level, availability, the reliability, and also the optimum cost, which is affordable. Now, if you want to calculate today, what should be India's approach? Gas is very costly for us because we don't have gas. If we go for gas turbine generation, the electricity cost will shoot up to beyond 20 rupees. Are you ready to pay? And add to the transmission losses and all the losses, at your doorstep it will go to 25, 26 rupees. Can you afford? You cannot. If you go for renewables, then you need land and you need time. And another thing is that you have to import it from one country today, which has become unfortunately the only source of very cheap solar panels, and that is China. Is it a good policy for us? So government is also working on that. Different types, kinds of BCD is there, then ALLM is there. Government has gone by the incentive scheme for development of solar manufacturing in India. But I am sure these will fructify, but these will all take some time to stabilize. Even if they come and stabilize, the sun is not going to stay throughout the day and night. Sun has to set. So, renewable energy has a time limit in terms of. Second, beyond sun, there are rainy days and there are gloomy days when the generation will not be as much as 26% CUF or 24% CUF or even 28% CUF by the AC/DC ratio change that we can do. So you have to be ready for sudden fall of renewable energy, and at the night time or beyond sunny time, you need huge storage capacity. Now, what are the storages possible? The lithium battery is possible, but we have energy security concern because we don't have lithium, we will be dependent. Lithium battery storage, earlier it was very costly, the price has fallen, but still it is very, very costly for us to afford. There was a attempt made to find out if we go for a large scale storage, what is going to be the per unit cost. It was discovered as more than 11 rupees, roughly 10.75 to 11.5. The price may fall, but that will take time and that will take a lot of research as well as finding lithium and making it available at a cheaper rate. One of the problems of lithium, as it is known as rare earth, if you take 40 kg of ore, you can get less than half a kg of lithium out of that. That's the kind of proportion. It may go into much more. And I am telling you what is best possible situation available in Australia. In India, we don't have such storage batteries, so we have to import. And for the time being, such storage is not available. Let us accept it, large scale. What we are doing in India, and NTPC as an organization, we are going the government way. We have told government there are possibilities of pump storage. So we are going in a big way, and we have identified ourselves around 26,000 megawatt capacity of pump storage. All are not feasible. We have identified, we are working on. Right now we are identifying around 12,000 megawatt of capacity for Government of India to help us getting allocated by the state governments, because these pump storage are to be allocated by the state governments, not by the central government. Government of India has already given us a mandate. We are going to different states. But it will also take time. But pump storage requires energy to be stored. So when Chairman CERC was telling the flexibilization, yes, during the flexibilization time, when the solar power is at its peak, or when the wind power is there available during off solar hours or different days, we can reduce the thermal power generation and go for storage. But there is a cost to that also. The moment we go for flexible operation, two things becomes very real. One, the thermal power generators are designed to operate at high efficiency when it is at the MCER, maximum continuous rating. You reduce it below 80%, the efficiency falls sharply. And as it goes to 55%, we requested that to be the technical minimum. Below that, you need other considerations to take place. First, it eats away the life. Second, there is a possibility of explosion in the boiler itself, and especially with the Indian coal, because the thermal flame stability inside the boiler becomes very difficult. You have to give a lot of oil, and you have to also have different kinds of control and instrumentation regime. Now, if you put oil, this will add to your cost of generation. If you, not only that, it will add to the pollution also. If you go for large-scale changes in terms of control instrumentation and the eaten away life, you have to replace it faster. That means your replacement cost goes up. So your fixed charges component keep on increasing instead of decaying, as is the normal condition for an infrastructure industry. But these are the new paradigm, and we are very openly working on it. Very recently we did a testing in our unit number 7 at Ramagundam project in Telangana, along with the Danish agency, Government of Denmark, and we have submitted the report to the Government of Denmark as well as CA. We are working on it. And we are very open and flexible in terms for flexible operation. Coming to NTPC's approach, today 74,000 megawatt, as I said, primarily being coal. 2032, our plan we have made very clear. we are going to become 130 gigawatt company, 130,000 megawatt company by 2032. And our aspiration is to reduce our coal intensity from more than 85% today, as going by the installed capacity, to make it to 50% or around that. But I can caution you that don't be carried away by installed capacity, because infirmity of the renewable generation makes it mandatory on the coal and other firm power generating fuel to do the heavy lifting. So in years to come or decades to come, the heavy lifting during the peak hour and also maybe 8 to 10 to 12 hours of the day, the coal power stations, gas turbine power stations, as much as we can afford, nuclear power generations will continue to do the heavy lifting. And so generation wise, in terms of kilowatt hour or billion unit, the percentage of contribution to the grid will be much less from the renewable. But we have to live with it and we have to progress. We have declared our net zero. USA has declared as 2050. China declared 2060. We have declared our net zero as 2070. And we are committed to that. What are we doing? We have decided that if coal is bad, then what is wrong with coal? And I am Director of Projects, and the Director Technical position is merged with that, so I am also Director Technical of the company. The research group, the NETRA, R&D group of NTPC is with me. I started analysis and research on what is bad on coal and whether we can make coal perpetual. So we found that coal has one problem of dust emission, and we fixed our ESP systems, dust controller, and CERC was kind enough to give us the compensation for that. So now earlier, if you see even some of the state government plants, chimneys coming out with full of dust, you go to any NTPC power stations where you can hardly see dust. So dust, that part is taken care of. Second is SOx. We are adding flue gas defloration, 62,000 megawatt we are working concurrently. And we are investing around 38,000 crore for that. And we are hopeful in 2 years' time we'll conclude all those. So SOx part is also taken care of. It will be below 100, which is the European standard. Next comes the NOx. And in NOx we have discussed, and we have also found and identified that NOx is going to be within control by our intervention in terms of retrofits. And we are doing retrofits. We are approaching CERC for adequate compensation and things, and we will come back to that also. Now we are also going for supercritical to ultra supercritical power stations, and if we go for increasing the capacity and efficiency, the carbon footprint also goes down. Then we are also adding biomass firing. We have changed our design of the new power stations which are awarding in Talcher, Lara, that we have awarded very recently. These power stations can take up to 20% of biomass firing, and biomass is a carbon neutral. And if you fire 20% of biomass in my power station, carbon footprint is reduced by 20% automatically. And I have made a calculation that if we go by these things, then new power stations which are being developed today, 800 megawatt ultra supercritical, they will become almost similar to CCGT, combined cycle gas turbine power stations. And the gas turbine power station have been declared green by European Union, you all know. If gas turbine footprint of almost 500 gram per unit becomes green, then if I am around 520, I should also be considered, if not green, at least blue. That's what we call as blue coal technology, and then coal can be made perpetual. We will also work on that to reduce it further. But at the same time, I acknowledge that coal is not a sunset industry, but coal is definitely a sundown industry. So we are going into the nuclear in a big way. And as I told sir, there are 2 projects we have already identified. One is Chutka in Madhya Pradesh, 2 into 700 megawatt. Another is Mahi Baswara in Rajasthan near Ratlam, 4 into 700 megawatt. Pressurized heavy water reactors on which India has complete Atmanirbharta. We have design, we have engineering, we have operation, and we have fuel. So we are developing 4,200 megawatt, and we are aspiring to develop around 20,000 megawatt by 2050 to 2055 timeline. And we'll keep on adding more nuclear, and probably coal in a lesser way and nuclear in a bigger way is going to be the base load for India to come net zero and beyond. Coming to the decommissioning, a subject very close to my heart, because we have done decommissioning in Badarpur. There was a power station in Badarpur. People who are below 10 years of age, they may have forgotten. There was a power station in Badarpur, which we have not only decommissioned, we have dismantled also. So we have all the experience and all the calculations available with us. This is not the forum, and I think I am overshooting the timeline also. We can have a separate discussion on that. But decommissioning, yes, it requires a new regulation, and in terms of the commercial as well as legal regime. But decommissioning is also a very painful exercise. We have shut down the power station in Talcher recently, where I personally served during my 90s. I was posted there. It was painful not only emotionally for me, but it was also painful to see so many laborers who were engaged, long-term employment, they were sent back to home. And the ecosystem, the entire township developed around the power station was almost going to tatters. Now we are expanding on that land itself a new power station of 2 into 660 megawatt capacity. It may not be possible everywhere. There are issues, we'll discuss the technical issues sometime else. But decommissioning and dismantling of power station is one option. But right now, as government has directed us not to decommission any of the power stations before 2030 or till new order, we have 4 units in Tanda which are generating today, but we want to decommission them in a progressive manner. So we are holding them back because the grid will be failing to serve you if we decommission all the power stations that we had kept in perspective. So on decommissioning, we request you to do more research and approach. Decommissioning requires extra compensation because unrealized revenue and unrecovered depreciation is one issue. Cost of decommissioning is issue. Vis-a-vis, the sale of the scrap is on the positive side. So you have to balance out, and if the balance is on the negative side, then it is to be compensated. If the balance is on the positive side, it can be considered for even sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insights, sir. I will now request Dr. Ashok Srinivas, Senior Fellow and Group Coordinator at Prayas Energy Group, to give his opening remarks. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Shivangi, and thank you to iForest for inviting me to share my thoughts on this. Following Mr. Barua and Mr. Bhattacharya, who have both given us a very good overview, kind of bird's eye view of the energy transition in general, how it's taking place across the world, what are the priorities for us in India, and so on, and leading up to the role of thermal power plant decommissioning. What I want to do is take a slightly different approach and share with you some of my thoughts on specifically the topic of, I think the overview has already been given, and I think we all understand the big picture view now very well. Specifically, some of my thoughts on the coal TPP decommissioning aspect based on the report that iForest has prepared. Firstly, I think I want to congratulate iForest for bringing out this report because it's an extremely timely report. For multiple reasons. One, I think we've already heard that the CERC approach paper is talking about this very same topic, and it's very heartening to see that CERC also thinks that this is a topic that needs to be discussed about. But the second point, I think, is that this is not a topic that has really received the attention it needs to receive. So from that point of view, I think this report will really stimulate the discussion that's required for us to understand this topic better, find solutions that will take us to find balanced solutions. As I think a lot of us have said, that we don't really want to burden the generators, nor do we want to burden the consumers. So how do we find a balanced solution?
Sorry, I have to leave because I have a board meeting.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I think finding that balanced solution is important, and for that we need to start beginning a discourse. And again, I think it needs to be underlined again, as Mr. Barua and Mr. Bhattacharya both mentioned, we are not talking of something that needs to get implemented tomorrow. This is a discourse that we need to start today, because this process of thermal power plant decommissioning, while it has started in a very, very small way, this is going to take place over the next 2 or 3 decades in India. We are not talking of doing anything overnight, but it's a very complicated topic. It has these multiple dimensions of financial, social, environmental aspects, and therefore solutions are also going to take time to evolve. And that's why I think starting that discourse and discussion is very important. And from that point of view, I think it's wonderful that iForest has brought out this report. So in that context, I have one overarching observation that I would like to make based on what my understanding of this topic, and a few specific suggestions for consideration of the audience. The overarching comment, I think, is that we need to start by first defining. I think some of this has already been mentioned by Mr. Barua and Mr. Chakravarti Bhattacharya, but I just want to add that we need to start thinking about a legal, regulatory and institutional framework under which this decommissioning is going to take place. Because I think we don't have that today, and that's why we are having some of these discussions today. I think this is particularly important because unlike the other activities of a thermal power plant, let's say we have had the new environmental norms which came some time back, which the country is trying to implement. It's easier to think of regulatory and policy hooks to hold a generator accountable. With decommissioning, I think the whole point is by that time the generator has no skin in the game. So how do you hold somebody who has no skin in the game accountable for an activity that they are supposed to do? I think that really is a fundamental challenge that we really need to deliberate about. And how do we set up incentives, disincentives, penalties, frameworks so that this can happen? The other challenge, of course, in our country, I'm sure that's the case in many other countries also, is the institutional fragmentation that we have. As we know, CERC is the agency that's regulating the electricity side of things, but as I think the report also points out, there are questions of environmental remediation and so on, which are also involved, which CPCB is looking at, and social aspects which also need to be addressed. So how do you bring all these multiple aspects which fall under jurisdictions of different agencies together? And that's where I think the institutional challenge becomes important. How do you think of an institutional framework under which one can hold generators accountable to the tasks that they need to do? And of course, before that, I forgot to mention that we first of all need to define. I think some of that attempt has already been made, but we need to first formally define and come to an agreement on what decommissioning a TPP means. We have these broad terms, yes, environmental remediation, social compensation, as well as asset sales, proceeds, repurposing, all that stuff is there. But exactly what does it mean? How do I decide whether a generator has met their obligation or not? We need formal definitions of what decommissioning means. Then based on that need incentives, mechanisms, policies, frameworks, and institutional frameworks which need to be thought of. And I think from that point of view, again, this report is a good starting point for us to start deliberating about some of these things, because as I said, given the multidimensional nature of this challenge, one needs to think innovatively, one needs to come up with different ways of looking at this problem so that we can come up with solutions as we go along. And like with all complex problems, it's not that we're going to hit the jackpot the first time around. We'll have to evolve solutions. We'll have to come up with some solutions, try them out. Maybe they don't work as well, and evolve newer solutions as we go along. So that was the broader overarching point that I wanted to make. I'm not going to take too much time. I think we're probably already running quite late. So I will finish in maybe 2 or 3 more minutes with a few specific comments that I have about some of the my thoughts about decommissioning, as well as in response to some of the suggestions made in the report that has been made. The first thing I want to highlight is, I think the question of compensating thermal power plants for decommissioning early, that is before their useful life is completed, needs very careful thinking. In particular, I think one of the things, if I remember right in the report, we talk about compensating them for decommissioning early due to economic unviability. That to me is a very, very tricky path to go down, because generation in India, after the 2003 Act, is a de-licensed business. Anybody can set up a plant. So it's a plant investors' responsibility to make sure that their risks are taken care of. I don't think it's the society's responsibility to make sure that plants are protected from that. So economic unviability, I do not think should be a reason for state support for decommissioning of thermal power plants. Otherwise, you'll see investors queuing up to set up thermal power plants if you do that. So I think we need to be very careful about that. I completely agree that the longer the time period one has to recover these costs, the better, because that's obviously the way it kind of smoothens out the whole process. So in that context, I think a couple of other points that I had was essentially about compensating for decommissioning of units that do not have too much balance life. I think that is a fraught problem, and we really, it's not an easy problem to solve. I think you have provided some suggestions in the report. I feel that we need to think about them a little more, because while I think if you suggest that DISCOMs will pay, or beneficiaries will pay for decommissioning of plants with limited life left in a few installments, I have a feeling that is going to be a difficult path to take, because as we all know, DISCOMs are already in pretty bad shape. If you're going to load these costs in a short period of time on them, they are not going to be able to bear the cost themselves, and passing these costs on to consumers will be perhaps politically not viable, because it's going to result in a significant tariff shock in a short period of time. So I think some more financial engineering will need to be thought about as to how do we space this out over time so that the tariff shocks are minimized and DISCOMs are able to handle this kind of a challenge more effectively. Another very important aspect, I think, which the report has flagged, and I'm very glad it has flagged, this is in the specific case of the Guru Nanak Dev TPP that I think has been touched upon in the report, is the question of R&M before retirement. I think this is a very tricky problem again, and well, for plants where R&M has already happened, one cannot do much about it. One has to figure out a way of recovering those costs. But I think as a policy, as a principle going forward, I think we need to make sure that as plants, first of all, I think we need to start identifying retirement schedules or decommissioning schedules for plants well in advance, saying that you need to tell me at least 5 years before your actual decommissioning date that you are going to be decommissioning at some point of time. And after that, no R&M should be permitted. It simply doesn't make any sense. At least no significant R&M should be permitted. Any routine maintenance, of course, one perhaps will have to do, but any significant R&M, the whole purpose of which should really be to extend life, is contradictory with the fact that you're going to decommission the plant in a few years. So I think that is something that as a policy measure we should seriously think about. The other thing that I just wanted to highlight was that the cost of decommissioning a plant, however we define decommissioning and what once we come to an agreement, the cost of decommissioning a TPP will have to be undertaken no matter how much generation comes from that TPP. So I think it's more logical to think of decommissioning costs as being part of the fixed cost component of thermal power plants rather than the variable cost. So it's more useful to think of it in terms of rupees crore per megawatt per year rather than so many rupees per kilowatt hour of generation. So I think that change in framework of thinking about how to estimate costs will perhaps also help us find better solutions to this challenge. That's pretty much most of what I wanted to say. The last thing I wanted to say, I think Mr. Barua also pointed it out in his talk, is that one avenue that we can think about for transitioning from gradually phasing down coal-based generation from a thermal power plant towards cleaner solutions is that in 2022, MOP has come out with these updated 2022 scheme where you can bundle renewables with thermal power generators. So thermal power generators can satisfy their PPAs with renewable energy. They don't have to necessarily supply coal-based energy to satisfy their PPAs. So the legal framework already exists. That makes the whole transition much simpler. So as long as that path can be taken, especially for, again, I think somebody mentioned that a lot of these thermal power plants do have land. They can generate co-located, and this only, the MOP scheme currently only supports co-located renewables with battery storage to fit this scheme. But that will provide us this is definitely not going to be a solution for all thermal power plants, not by a long means, but for some thermal power plants, this might be a approach that one can think about. So these were some of my thoughts. I think I'll stop there. And once again, best wishes to iForest for bringing out this report. Thanks.
A lot of apologies from our side that we've sort of really overshot the time. But we have one more speaker on this panel who has to speak. So Shubhi, if you can just keep it a little under 10 minutes. No. Sure. So, and what I'd request is if you can bring back your tea and we can start the session after just 5 minutes, that will be really helpful because our speakers for the next session also have a sort of time limitation there. So, Shubhi, please.
So, good afternoon. I know I'm standing between you and your tea, and I will definitely keep myself very short. First of all, apologies for my phone today. I don't know what has happened to it. It's hung since I started the panel, and trying to restart it, it's not. So please apologies, sincere apologies for that. So majority of the points have been covered. Let me just give you a quick synopsis or add another dimension to the decommissioning and where the multilateral banks like us, World Bank, are coming in. So for us, of course, energy transitions is very paramount, and we really want to be, have an inclusive approach. And when we talk about inclusive approach, of course, we recognize the concerns that have been raised today morning by co-panelists, that thermal is going to be there for a little longer time. So with this in mind, we also know that, the coal regions are on the East Coast, which are more dominant, and majority of these states are low to middle income states. So the majority of the people are dependent on the coal economies. They are dependent either on the coal mines or on the thermal power stations, but the dependence is huge. And there is where, our thought processes start, that what else the other countries are doing in this space. We studied the examples from America, from UK, from Canada, and we realized that just simple decommissioning, of course, is one option, but then there is another, I would say, dimension to it which can be considered, which is repurposing. And what exactly is repurposing? When we talk about repurposing, essentially we say that you pick up a thermal power station, if it has completed its economical life or technical life, you decommission and can the infrastructure which is there, because you already have a land available, you already have transmission available. Some of the equipment can probably, of course, after residual life analysis, can they be repurposed or reutilized so that the overall capex comes down? And it also gives the GenCos, the generating units, another life. So it's called life after death, rebirth, so to say, or repurposing here in this context. So can we do something around it? And why we thought it's very important, because it will actually also facilitate the economic development surrounding these plants. And hence, this just transition approach that we talk about is focusing on how sustainably we decommission the existing units, existing equipment, environmental remediation can take place, repurposing options can be deployed, and whatever the workforce have not been able to get job opportunities after repurposing, how we can help them, what kind of social nets, what kind of severance allowances or reskilling for them to pick up jobs elsewhere. How that all can be ingrained together is what we are focusing on. I'm sure you must be thinking that what kind of repurposing options are there? There are plenty of them. We have certain examples from outside India, and we are also working with some of the GenCos. We have WBPDCL colleagues today here. We are working with them on their Bandel and Kolaghat stations. We are working with Damodar Valley Corporation on their Sarini thermal power station. We are also working with Madhya Pradesh on their Sarini. So a lot of, sorry, did I mix? DVC is Bokaro and Madhya Pradesh is Sarini, my apologies. So there are different kind of repurposing options that are at the moment, available. And
it's not that it's like a copy-paste solution. Every site is different. We always thought, yeah, it's simple. You just put up small solar and put up battery storage solutions. It can be a growth story. Energy transitions can happen. They can become partner to the entire energy transitions, strategies of the government. But no, it's not like that. When we looked at Bokaro, for instance, this thermal power station is in the vicinity of Bokaro steel belt. There is a huge, not huge, I would say, there is a small potential for a green hydrogen. It can actually supply green hydrogen to these newer investments that are likely to come up in this steel belt. There is also a provision of floating solar, which we are looking at in terms of installations in the reservoirs in Sarini in Madhya Pradesh. There are also, this Sarini site also has a provision or can facilitate a provision for small hydro. Bandel, Kolaghat, for instance, they also have very huge potential for, so to say, update or upgrade their generators to synchronous condensers. Because as thermal power stations go out of the business, where would the reactive power come from? Probably this is the solution. I was talking to some of the officials in the morning today. There are more, beyond these solutions. For instance, they were talking about CSP that could then be used for firmer power supply to address the variability. So the options are very many. The point is that how well we decommission the sites. Is the site good enough for installing these solutions? There was also another discussion about the ash pond. So CPCB and MOEFCC have come up with a couple of things towards December or early January this year. They also mentioned that ash pond areas can be explored to put up solar power stations if at all, the soil strata and all are good enough. So of course, technical studies are required, but enabling provisions are there, which gives a lot of bandwidth for the generating companies to start looking at. So my point is that when we are looking at it, how we can use these technical investments to bring on board the generating companies to make them part of the growth story. Because at the moment, thermal power stations are like, where are we going? We don't have any future. Everybody's talking about renewable energy. Where are we? So this is the opportunity for them to start looking at options beyond thermal, beyond coal, become inclusive to the agenda, provide grid flexibility services. Of course, the solar that we are talking about will not match with the decommission capacities of the thermal power stations, but still it's the services that are going to be provided by these centers are going to be very valuable. And hinging on that, then you look at the social aspect. So when we are working with these utilities, they have been very generous in their support. They have been giving us the information about the workers, direct, indirect, wherever available. We have been working with iForest through FCDO. We have been working with other agencies also to collect the data on workforces. What kind of skilling, reskilling measures are important? What kind of compensation mechanisms exist at the moment? Not many. How we can help them by, say, spearheading it in a couple of places and then using that learning to inform the regulatory commissions, to inform, the authorities to start looking at it from the policy perspective. So we really want to go beyond just the thermal power stations boundaries, but also want to influence that how thermal power stations can become a part of the story and how they can take it at the programmatic level. So you would see a lot of movement from the World Bank side coming in this space. We are developing environmental social management frameworks. Of course, decommissioning is very important. CPCB, we know they have issued the draft guidelines, but they haven't yet issued the final or the ultimate guidelines, which is very critical. Of course, I think CRC's role will be equally important because this decommission cost or the social cost, somewhere it has to be accounted for. So how it can be done? Probably not in the tariff. Then should we have a corpus like the report suggests? That needs to begin from the beginning itself, so that it's also not a burden on the GenCos, because ultimately everything boils down to how much tariff. And I always say that any intervention you take, it's taxpayers' money. So whether you pay through tariff or whether you pay through any other mechanism, we have to be very prudent about it. So I can go on and on, but I will take a pause here because I know we are running short on time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Surbi, for bringing in the repurposing angle. We'll just quickly have the report released from our guest. And sir. Yes, sir, please. Thank you. So, yeah, please, sir. So there are two documents that we're releasing today. One is on the financing mechanisms, which are essentially the findings that are touched upon, and the other one is a policy brief on the environmental considerations for decommissioning, and so you can just put it up like this. Thank you. Both. So, thanks. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the inputs also. So I'd really like to thank Jishnu Bora sir for giving us so much time, inputs, and we look forward to future interactions with CRC on this issue. Thank you, Ashok, for very pointed inputs on what we have put up in the research, and Shubhi for bringing in the aspect of repurposing. I think that's a very crucial topic that all power plants talk about. So we'll take a 5-minute break. I'm so sorry for this, but the next session has to start early. I mean, as soon as possible. You can bring back your tea here, and we'll just set it up in the meantime. Just thank you. Yes, please. Yes, sir. Thanks. Thank you very so much. I always loving this staying in touch with you. I've seen all the reports.
Yeah, it's
They would have been good. Oh, you're leaving? Oh, Santal sir. Hi, how are you? Hi, requesting everybody to bring the tea also, it's fine, I suppose. If you got your cup, you can bring it back to the seat. Huh? Hi, again, can you just ask people to come? Thank you. All right. Um, if I can have your attention, we'll start at, we have to start at 12:30 firm. So if you can please get your things back, the food back. Surit, you'll have to tell people like that.
Just one thing. He's saying he can put up a timer over here, but then the PPT won't be able to come here.
In the meantime, I can also request the speakers to please come on the dais. Because both of them have to leave. How do we do it?
If you can get back your tea on the, you can get back to your seat with the tea, no problem.
It's okay, we have 2 minutes.
Let people sit back.
And I'll be very quick with it. It's like a lot of it is covered.
I think we'll skip.
A lot of it is covered.
Okay, so. Okay, we will now begin the session 2, where we focus on the environmental aspects for decommissioning of a TPP. So before we begin, I would like to introduce our panelists for this session. We have Shri Nazimuddin ji, who is the Division Head, Industrial Pollution Control 2 from CPCB. Welcome, sir. Then we have Shri M.K. Srivastav ji. He is the Executive Director, Engineering from NTPC Limited. We have Dr. M. Senthil Kumar, Head Corporate Environmental Cell, and from NLC India Limited. Welcome, sir. And lastly, we have Shri BMS Reddy ji, Senior Environmental Engineer from DPCC. Welcome, sir. We will now have a presentation by Manvi Singh on existing and required environmental guidelines for decommissioning TPPs.
Hi again. I'll make this very quick because a lot of it I have also sort of covered in the initial presentation. So I'll just focus on what the current guidelines are talking about and what we have suggested as measures to strengthen it. Considerations for DPP decommissioning is something that I've spoken about in the initial slide as well. So I'll move on. I've also spoken about the NGT order, which sort of clearly established that there is no general guideline or monitoring system to supervise decommissioning of TPPs, because of which the draft guidelines were then brought in a few months later. And this is what I'll focus on in terms of what the draft guidelines are currently indicating. It says that you begin, the process that they define is that you begin with determining the future land use. You undertake an environmental impact assessment. You then develop an environmental management plan. Then secure all approvals and consents and clearances that you need. Set up a team for executing this, execute it, and then there has to be periodic regulatory inspections by the concerned authority. So that's a simple procedure that is listed. And in preparing the plan and executing dismantling, it sort of lists down all relevant laws and regulations that come into play, and these are broadly the laws which are crucial. There are consent to operate under water and air pollution that gets either changed or a new consent is needed, because while dismantling, water pollution and air pollution has to be considered. There's a list of hazardous and toxic waste which the regulation talks about, which has to be adhered to as per the rules of 2016. And then there's the construction and demolition waste management rule of 2016, which becomes important. And then it says that whatever is the recent notification on fly ash utilization and ponds, that need to be also complied with. And this, in this regard, the most recent regulation, which I was earlier also referring to, which came up in June 2023, becomes very crucial, because it says that you cannot abandon ash pond anymore, and you need statutory permission from the regulant authority before you abandon an ash pond. This is the first time that this language has been used, and it is very crucial because now a power plant needs to adopt all measures to prevent pollution before the plant is abandoned, or the ash pond is abandoned, and reclamation can be has to be done. And what it says is that it can be done through two processes. One is, of course, vegetation. You have to, you can put up trees. And the other thing that Surbhi also was referring to is that now the guideline is talking about setting up wind and solar plants on ash ponds, as long as there is feasibility for it, as long as you can get statutory clearances and ensure that there's no more surface pollution or erosion happening. And very crucially, that annual certification of the pond has to be ensured by the power plants. And the report submitted. So those are the sort of current, that's where it stands in terms of where the current regulations are. What we have sort of been working with CPCB and suggested to them, submitted as our recommendations, is ways and means to strengthen these guidelines. And one very clear thing which is sort of emerged is that there is no timeline currently prescribed in the guidelines, which need to be there to ensure compliance. And we also say that instead of a detailed EI, environmental impact assessment, we can do a relatively shorter version of an environment assessment and then develop a management plan around it. And in that management plan, keep social impact assessment and plan around the social impact also, at a very core of it. And make this process a little easier. There are multiple consents and approvals currently required from center, state, and local governments particularly, which can be perhaps unified, and that can be there. Plus, what should an environmental management plan entail? That also the guideline needs to clearly define for it to be effective. Plus, the monitoring mechanism needs to be made stringent with CPC, with State Pollution Control Board given clear guidance on how frequently they need to sort of look at it, and also then introduce mechanisms of annual audits and certification, etc. And if possible, provide an incentive for repurposing, in the sense that if the process of approvals can be made easier if the repurposing is identified beforehand, and if that can be integrated in this same process of environmental impact assessment of decommissioning itself. So I'll stop at that because both Srivastav sir and Nazimuddin sir have a little bit of a time constraint, so I'll let Shrestha take this over. You have the mic there. Thank you.
Yes. So, so I'll not, waste much time because we are running short of time. For the session, I will keep the discussion very focused to the topic on environment. We have another session on social. So when we do the Q&A, my request to the audience also would be to focus on the session. The way I'll moderate this session, I'm Shrestha. I'm actually heading the Just Transition program at iForest. It's an integrated program, and it's an integrated work that we do on just transition, clean energy, climate, looking at environment, social, as well as economic aspects. And the discussions today that we were having, and we are going to have over the next 2 sessions, also touches on all these aspects, because we feel that this is very important. These all are interrelated issues. In the panel today, we have also a very distinguished group of speakers. My colleague already introduced. But what it brings together is we have regulators as well as the industry. And why we have them, all of them together? Because we believe that both of them have a very important role to play when it comes to addressing environmental issues during the decommissioning process. Because the regulators have to come up with guidelines, regulations, have the job of monitoring and implementation. But at the same time, the industry are the people who actually will do the task. They will come up with the challenges, and maybe they'll inform the regulators on how to better implement it. So, in the morning we discussed that there are many, many regulations that one has to comply with and clearances to be obtained when a thermal power plant is set up. It involves regular authorities at the state level, at the central level, everywhere, many paperwork. But the challenge is that the question is that what do you do when you are now closing down a plant? Because the importance of a law is it holds you accountable to do certain things. Many people do it also voluntarily, very good work. But at the end of the day, a regulation matters because it creates accountability and helps in monitoring and enforcement. Now, what happened in the last 2 years, and if we look at the timeline, there are 3 important things that has happened with respect to power plants. Number 1 is, in 2021, the CPCB, the Central Pollution Control Board, has come up with a guideline for decommissioning, particularly looking into the environmental aspect, responding to a case at the National Green Tribunal. The second important thing happened in December 2022, which was a Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change notification on how to utilize fly ash. Because there has been clear concerns, and all of us working in the environment field, we have read innumerable reports on poor fly ash management or ash pond bridge. And these were clear concerns which prompted such notification. The last one, which very recently came in June 2023, was regarding ash pond management, abandonment issues, and stabilization and reclamation. And these three are extremely important because one tackles with pollution issues, which is big for power plants. How do you handle waste during decommissioning, dismantling issues, and finally ash pond, because they occupy a large amount of land area within the community or within the area these power plants are. With that, I'll now turn to the panel, particularly to respond on two issues. One, with the focus with respect to the CPCB guidelines that have come up with decommissioning, and the next one I'll go to the ash pond issue. My first question, and I'll request each of my panelists to share your initial observation for 5 minutes, and we can take up more questions during the responses during the Q&A. And the second question also for 5 minutes each, and then we can have time for some follow-up discussions. So I'll first start with, my colleagues told me to first start with NTPC, but I'll go to CPCB for the very basic reason, because we are talking of regulations, and because the draft guideline has come from CPCB. So Mr. Nazimuddin ji, I wanted to, my question to you is, how do you see the significance of the draft guidelines right now to deal with, issues of decommissioning? It has been 2 years, the guidelines have come into effect, but it's still in draft form. So first of all, when do you see the finalization happening right now? And the second thing is, how do you think now this, we are tackling about the large-scale environmental problems that can come up with decommissioning, and how well designed do you consider these guidelines are to tackle with those issues?
I think first thing is that how we consider these guidelines to be significant is that basically when a plant is operational, it is well understood that it is a source of water pollution. It may be a source of water pollution, air pollution, and issues related to waste generations. But a misconception can be that once a power plant is becomes unoperational, it is no more an environmental issue, but it is not so in case of such large installations. So basically when a plant becomes unoperational and it is subjected to decommissioning, there are still sources of there may be still sources of water pollution, air pollution, and the legacy waste which are to be disposed of. So basically, suppose we consider water pollution, then during the dismantling of the structures and removal of waste, there may be storm water carrying the contaminants, and similarly during demolition, definitely there will be air pollution, and similarly there are a lot of hazardous and other wastes within the plant which are to be properly disposed of during dismantling of the plant. And lastly, the ash which is stored in the plant if it still remains there, although there are new notifications which will help in regular utilization of the ash, but still there will remain some ash at the time of a plant being unoperational. So keeping all these things in mind, we considered it important to bring this phase also into a consent mechanism, so that all rules and regulations are followed and monitored by the consent enforcement agency. So basically what the guidelines contains is that it flags the different rules which are to be followed, and then it finally says that this will be implemented through a consent mechanism. So by saying so, we are making it
a sort of legally binding guidelines, because everything will be monitored through consent mechanism. And the guideline also touches upon the repurposing aspects, because although it is not directly related to environment, but we mention that social aspects will be assessed, and proper plan will be prepared, and then the reuse of the land will be considered, and whatever, if it is to be reused for any other purpose which requires environmental clearances, then fresh environmental clearances will be obtained. And it also says that a final decommissioning certificate will be issued by the concerned SPCB, so as to so that they are satisfied on all these aspects. This all I just wanted to apprise you about the guidelines.
Thank you, sir. I now turn to Mr. Srivastava. You know, we know that NTPC is moving on to nuclear, and the power plants will keep operating, but there is also a large number of old plants that NTPC had to deal with. And for example, we have Badarpur experience, we have Talcher experience, and there are many more which will come in. Now, my question to you is that number one is, what has been NTPC's experience, particularly with respect to the environmental considerations that the company has taken into account while dealing with the closure or decommissioning of these old thermal power plants. And the second thing is, which you may want to add to, do you think that the CPCB guidelines, when coming into effect, will ease your task of decommissioning, or it will make it more difficult?
Am I audible? Thank you, Dr. Shrestha. First of all, I thank the organizers for inviting me and be a part of this elite and learned panel. Thank you for that. As rightfully said, ma'am, but I think before answering this question, let me put the basic question in front of everybody present here, that why decommissioning? A plant was constructed with some objective, and a country needs energy. It was serving the needs of the energy, and it has served well. Then after years of operation, why this word decommissioning has happened? Why it is necessary? Now, if I see the older plants, let me share the data with all of you. As on date, as per the CA data, more than 15,000 megawatt of thermal capacity is more than 35 years old. So when we compare today's technology with the technology that was 35 years existing earlier, from the technical point of view, there is one distinctive difference. That is the heat rate of the units. Heat rate means we burn the coal, the heat is produced, and then from the heat, excuse me, how do we generate the electrical power? Now, with the technology advancements, the heat rate has optimized and efficiency has been increased. So, after 35 years, a question is raised that when the country still needs power, do we continue with the existing power plant with the inefficient heat rate, or do we should change over with a power plant with a much, much better and efficient heat rate? I think this is the question which will answer the decommissioning. Because the heat rate, since these are all thermal power plants mainly based on coal, so higher heat rate means I need more coal to have the same power. More coal means I have to mine more coal. I have to handle in the mines more coal. I have to transport to the power plant more coal. And then I generate less amount of electricity as compared to present technology. Now in the entire cycle, if I see, this becomes great inefficient. And a decision needs to be taken that in the coming years, we have to decommission these plants which are old, with the older technologies, with the higher heat rate, and we have to switch over to newer plants, new ways of generating energy, low carbon energy. So this answers the first question of why decommissioning. Ma'am, I think you asked one question that whether NTPC is comfortable with CPCB guidelines.
No, not comfortable. I should not say comfortable, you
Okay,
know. I just wanted to understand that you have an experience of decommissioning too, right? One of the examples I'm just giving, Badarpur. Do you think, what has been your experience, what are the environmental considerations specifically that was taken into account? And will the CPCB guidelines, when coming into effect, will help to streamline the process or help you to respond better?
Right, ma'am. So if I put the dates to 2021 CPCB guidelines came, December 22 MOEF, and then in again 2023 the guidelines have come. But let me share with all of you with pride that 20 years ago, that means in the year 2000, one of the initial power plant was Korba, which was a thermal power plant generating power by using coal. And there we had an ash lake. And after 17 years, since the inception in the year 2000, this ash dike was declared complete and reclamation was done. Let me put the figures before you. This ash dike on the 0 meter, that means on the ground level, it occupied a land of 900 acres. And as we went up, the topmost layer, after 5 raisings, was 531 acres. And the total amount of ash that was accumulated in the ash dike was 55.64 MCM. Now, after closing this ash dike, we did not stop here. 20 years ago, from when the first guidelines came, we had this vegetation through micro-diesel, organic biofilter, and massive plantation. And today,
I'll go to the next question if you can do please.
okay. I think in the positive time, I will switch over to.
You can be brief.
Okay. Right.
Next question, the fly ash.
Okay. Now coming to the fly ash. Fly ash problem is also an opportunity. And the ash dike, which are primarily supposed to store the ash, they are also a storehouse of generating wealth. Because ash today, it is being used in so many sectors. And that is a really good point of it. And I think with the advancements of using the ash in different industries, it will very soon, if not 100%, most of the part of it will become a form of circular economy. So this problem I don't foresee that with the current asset utilization will pose a big problem. But definitely our older plants where there is a years of ash accumulated, in those ash dikes there is a problem, and whatever the CPCB has suggested in those guidelines, we welcome that, we are committed to that, and we have demonstrated 20 years ago that those methods what they have come now, those should be followed, and that will not only add good to the environment, it will add to our life also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Senthil, I'll turn to you and from another company. Just Mr. Srivastava said that they have been doing many things with or without a guideline on managing closure, decommissioning, fly ash management, all of that sorts. And one of your power plants which closed down, which you decommissioned, which was a very vintage plant, which was, I think, 1960s, I was reading somewhere, right? TPS 1.
It is the oldest plant.
It is the oldest plant, right. And I was reading this news and it was fascinating because, recently we visited DVC, which has a power plant which is equally old. And they have maintained it as a vintage structure, not decommissioned. And they could not dismantle it because there were, people did not want it. So I would like to understand, because when you are treating decommissioning of all, your experience at decommissioning and particularly your experience of dismantling of such old units, if you can share with respect to environmental perspectives particularly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Green morning to everyone, or rather green afternoon. But as everyone is telling that decommissioning is it's a tough job. It is not at all a tough job. Provided you have to think that instead of decommissioning a TPP, you have to think that commissioning a clean power plant. You have to change the word, madam. Commissioning of a clean power plant. Because it's a Schedule 17 industry. The area is already available. Therefore, skilled laborers are already available. How we did, we have decommissioned a 600 megawatt thermal power plant in the year 2020. Before that, we have got the environmental clearance to go for a clean power plant, 1000 megawatt. Very nearer. Okay, therefore, all the labor's problems and all the things we have already done. That is, we have switched over to the new clean power plant. That is number one. Number two, the abandoned ash pond, which is very, very easier also because we are the first to go for 1 gigawatt renewable energy sector in the India. Therefore, how we did, that is, we are going to do the solar power plant in the abandoned ash pond. Even we have given all our legacy ash to the national highway. Because there was one national highway construction was done from Vikramandi to Tanjavur. We have given the entire legacy ash as a foundation for them at free of cost also, or otherwise at nominal cost for handling. But all legacy ash has been taken up. Now we are going to construct on the solar power plant because we are having very nearer transmission lines also. Transmission lines also. Okay, number one. The third one is lake. Lake we have already done floating solar also. Now we have floated the tender stating that already we have decommissioned, dismantling has to be done. But we thought that we will get around 200 crores as the value. But the tender has gone up to 512 crores, 510.1 crores. But and then we have put all the environmental guidelines in the tender condition. During dismantling, you have to adopt Air Pollution Act, Water Pollution Act, Hazardous Waste Act, and then Demolition Act, and all other 5 legal aspects also should be taken care of by them. Therefore, you should think that in a way, it is anyhow we have to decommission the thermal power plant, taking into the Government of India directions that we have to reduce the carbon footprint. But one of my request to the CPCB or MOEF authority, suppose if any new thermal power plants are going to be sanctioned, don't sanction in a new place. Better you sanction in that place where it is going to be decommissioned. Because our energy demand is also day by day increasing. Our CERC chairman has also told during September, it has gone up to the level of so many gigawatt in a single day, peak demand. Therefore, because Government of India is also talking about towards developed nation, therefore we could not able to stop energy also. Lifestyle for environment is essential. Even lifestyle for energy is also essential. That is the thing. Therefore, decommissioning of thermal power plant, you have to think in such a way that commissioning of clean power plant or clean energy power plant, whatever suitable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll come back to the question of, repurposing, because you all have talked about how the ash area available with the ash pond has been utilized, what has been done and all of that. We'll come back to that question, but before that, I'll turn to Mr. Reddy. Mr. Reddy, I would specifically, and I don't think we really alluded to one of the critical questions of environment when we are talking of dismantling or its waste. And I'll specifically request your response on waste issues based on your experience with the Badarpur power plant closure and dismantling. Because air pollution is, if we think of the time of decommissioning and dismantling, it's a very time-tight problem. Water can be, but it is also related to where I dump my waste. It can lead to water pollution problem. Therefore, I personally believe that handling the waste becomes one of the most critical issues during this process. And if you can share your experiences on that.
I think, good afternoon everyone, and thank you for inviting me to be one of the members of this panel. The Badarpur power plant is one of the power plants in Delhi which has been made inoperational, and the same plant has been dismantled already. I think there are a number of waste streams which are evident by the dismantling of any thermal power plant, especially in case of Delhi, the Badarpur thermal power plants. The major issue is of construction and demolition waste from the plant as well as the residential colony, which can generate a certain economy by using and recycling this material and to make reusable materials. Apart from that, there is a scope of waste oil generation by DG sets which are operational there. And coal residue is one of the major issue when it comes to the decommissioning of thermal power plant. In case of BTPS, I think this issue was not there. Whatever coal was left out, I think this was transported to the other coal-based thermal power plant. However, in case of other standalone thermal power plants, this will be one of the issues where you have to tie up with other thermal power plant to transport the coal which is left out before initiating the decommissioning process. Hazardous waste, whatever hazardous waste is generated in terms of the treatment of the wastewater and effluent treatment plant, whatever sludges are generated, these wastes are to be properly handled and to be sent to the TSDF or any secured or engineered landfill site. There is one more issue of hazardous chemicals. There are a number of chemicals are used in a thermal power plant which are to be properly separated, stored, and it has to be sold to the any outside vendors or to the any other thermal power plant. E-waste management, this is one of the newer waste streams which has to be properly taken care of while the issue of decommissioning is planned. The fly ash is, I think it is one of the major issue which has already been talked by a number of speakers, especially in case of Badarpur thermal power plant. One eco park is coming up in an area of 800 acres. This will be the one of the largest eco parks in Asia. I think this can be one of the tourist attractions for the citizens of Delhi, where people can go and explore the nature. By this, I think the whatever the existing fly ash was there, it has been topped with the soil, and different types of plantations are saplings are planted, so that in due course of time, I think Delhi can have a urban forest which can act as a green lungs, looking at the air pollution scenario in Delhi, especially during winter months. This is one of the welcoming step by the Government of India.
Thank you, sir. We have, an official from Mahagenco who joined. So I don't know if we have space here, but if you can respond from your chair, please. The same question I would have from you is also because, we have recently been in Maharashtra, and we have a discussion with the Energy Department. And there was a very clear interest in dealing with the old thermal power plants. And my question to you would be, if you can kindly respond to what would be the key environmental issues for you, or the challenges that you think you will have the most difficulty in handling?
Okay, madam. Good afternoon all. And most of the speakers have told the same key environmental issues about dismantling of plant. I am from Mahagenco, that is MSPGCL Mumbai, and we are dealing in decommissioning from longer time, because we have very small capacity plants, 62.5 megawatts, 100 megawatts, 120 megawatts, 140 megawatts. We have studied that, and actually standard heat rate was higher than 3000 kilocalorie per kWh. That was the main point for us. We make analysis of same. We make cost-based benefit analysis. In that analysis, we found that if RNM is possible, if capex some amount we can put expenditure in it, but it was not that in new stringent norms of pollution, it was not possible for us to make that plant reusable, and we have make a decision. Decision was to take decommissioning activity of that plant, and we have decommissioned number of plant. At Parali we have 62.5 megawatt, then at Paras 62.5, then we have 120 megawatts, 4 number of plants at Koradi. It is all in Maharashtra, and we have decommissioned already. For decommissioning policy, we have went in very proper way. We have, as per the pollution control norms, CPCB and MPCB, we have took help of that particular organization, and we depute some officials from them to take some advice and information from them. And not more, less than executive engineer is a coordinating officer for maintaining all these hazardous waste and oil and other copper and aluminum material. We have to take all decision to make it dispose of in in norms, proper norms. I will give one. I will give some examples what Mahagenco has carried out, how hazardous and all other waste we have disposed of. For transformer oil, we have one agreement with our Transco, that is our sister concern, sister company, and this heavy, means actually a large capacity transformer oil can be used in small transformer, which is a distribution transformer. That straightway we have agreement with Transco. And then we have lube oil. We are disposing lube oil to in the market itself. We are make one awarding one auctioneer party, that is MSTC, and they are looking very sensibly with this hazardous material, taking all MPCB norms and all, and they are disposing it in market. Then while decommissioning of the plant, we have chimneys and all that structure. And one point Mr. Senthil Kumar has raised, that same way we have taken a decision. We have at every decommissioning unit, we have taken up a new unit. So again that point, that clean energy, we have taken up very cautiously. So social and economical and the employment view is also matched there. Again, coal linkages and water problems, some water shortages in Maharashtra was now increasing because number of industries are coming out there. So earlier power station has very good source of water there, but now we same agreement of water, same agreement with coal linkages in mining, we are continued, and normally we have taken up all our new plants are now in commissioning phase, and we are looking decommissioning in a different angle here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll actually turn to a question,
Madam,
yes, sir.
one important point I would like to tell with regard to hello, water. Water for thermal power plant, even if you are going for supercritical and other things, we should think of a separate water grid, sir. Industrial water grid, because India is having a very big water coast, sea coast. We have to desalinate the water, and then we have to think of reverse river grid. We are having a power grid transmission line from one point to even from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. We are having even telecommunication grid for our speaking and other things. But whereas we are not having a very good water grid, we are solely depending either on groundwater or on the...
Okay, so we'll take that
therefore, we have to think of reverse river grid from the sea water converting into desalination. A separate water grid should go to all the industries. Then simultaneously we will think of utilizing either river water or the groundwater for the purpose of human being. Therefore, we have to think of, even in Government of India, we are talking these kind of things. Reverse river grid. We have to put up the separate pipeline like that.
Okay. So today it's beyond the scope of water conservation or how do we go about, this interlinking issues. But I'll turn up to a question which you all responded to and we didn't intend to take up in the first question, is about the ash pond. And I'll not solely, restrict it to the ash pond. I'll first start with the CPCB guideline 1 point, which says that future land use of the site should be determined in the early stages before decontamination planning happens to align the efforts to how, basically it says that whether you can decide how much you need to decontaminate or not based on the future use. That's what it is saying. The question is that all of you have said in some ways that the land use has been done in, in fly ash pond, vegetation has been done, some community benefit has come in and all that sorts. But when you say that you determine, and this is my question to CPCB also, that how do you think that the future land use, what will be the process of determining the future land use? So far, the company has determined what it will take up. In a fly ash pond, when you close it, or in the site of the power plant. Is CPCB thinking of a process of determining the future land use? Is it solely the discretion of the plant itself, the industry itself, or there should be something? Because when we think of repurposing a site, it's also for economic use or benefit for the local people. and the people who have been dependent. We heard in the morning how the local people who were the workers of the NTPC suffered because of the closure of the power plant. So is there something that CPCP would like to respond to? How this future land use will be determined?
In fact, we are not going to, we are not dictating as such that for what purpose it should be reused, but we are saying that if it is to be reused, then all necessary clearances are to be taken, and we are further saying that if suppose it is not being reused, then it will apply that if forest land is involved, then the land shall be returned to the forest department, and in case some other activities proposed, then forest clearance need to be again obtained. And we are also saying that if village public land is involved, then the land shall be returned to the village. But these are draft guidelines. Let us see what comments are received on this from other members and an applicant in the case. But these ideas are there that they should be returned to the forest and village.
Okay. Yeah. Built something.
Yes, we are saying that social impact should be assessed and proper plan should be prepared.
So that will determine the land use plan.
And I think
in some ways
that we will include in the timelines also, which was missing.
How it will be. Okay. So I have now one question, because the entire reason we heard in the morning that this entire environmental concern is very difficult so far has been because the plant will stop operation and there is no much liability. There has been nothing that obligates someone to do the dismantling, do environmental management and all of that sorts. But now that we are thinking on a long-term perspective that how this site can be repurposed, reused, all of that sorts, therefore environment becomes a key concern because it creates future liability. For example, if I want to do something in the land, I would not want a land which is contaminated and pay for decontamination, right? So in that sense, one of the biggest questions also comes with reusing ash pond sites. And so far the focus has been on doing plantations, or right now what the CPCB, the guidelines of new guidelines is telling that you can also use it for solar, basically renewable energy development. But overall, how do you think that the fly ash pond management guidelines that have come into effect, how much additional liability it creates on part of the power companies with respect to remediation issues and also management? Apart from what you are doing, do you need to put in something extra? Is there a lot of extra financials that will be involved? Because particularly if I need to reuse that facility. So if you can, all of you, I'll turn to particularly the companies, both NTPC and NLC first, and then whoever. You both can take it one.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Nazimuddin in his earlier address said that environmental concern remains whether operating or not operating, very correctly. And there's also one fact, when the plant is operating, it is generating revenues and there's a financial stream is there to address the environmental concern. And when the plant has stopped, then this revenue stops. But as rightly said by Mr. Nazimuddin, the environmental concern remains. So where does the money come from? So after the decommissioning of a plant, to do a repurposing or reusing within a time limit is very important. So this aspect, we being a commercial company and the government of India, we had the responsibility of utilizing the public's money in the best interest and serving the nation. So this aspect of how to use the land after the plant has been decommissioned, especially of the ash dike. And in case it is decided to go for solar, wind or other renewable, then in addition to the land from the ash dike, we also have land from the coal stockyards and ash handling plants, which are also sufficiently large. The only limitation in reusing this part of the land from the ash dike, that the nature puts a limitation, and it is not for free use. So with those limitations, what are the best structures that can be built that the land can support in a long term? That is an engineering decision which needs to be dealt in a proper way, well thought of, well structured. Now regarding the, one more question was that was erupted regarding the waste. Let me share NTPC experience that waste is wealth, and that is well proven from the experience of decommissioning of Badapur and Talcher earlier. So within the required timelines, we have to decommission and see to it that the entire financial parts associated with the reusing, repurposing are well addressed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So if you can respond on particularly the ash pond management issue. Yeah.
Hello. What we did as an environmentalist, when we have decommissioned the thermal power plant ash pond, legacy ash is available. And then fortunately we got one national highway project from Chennai to Tanjavur, for which all the people have to prepare the land, foundation for the road preparation. Okay, either they have to purchase the land and then they have to dig the earth, and then they have to put the foundation earth on the roadways actually. Okay.
So my question, if I may rephrase it, was a little different. I wanted to understand, and we'll take the experience that NLC had, is that currently there is the CPCB guideline which has come in, which is telling that about, stabilization and reclamation. Because one of the things is that how to stabilize this, to do something else. Do you think that, what are your thoughts on the guideline specifically that has come up with?
Madam, it is good, madam, because we ourselves has also done in an abandoned ash pond in 1994 itself, we have planted on the 20 varieties of trees. 20 varieties of trees, okay, which is growing faster than normal land, because fly ash is having some extra nutrient also, which is, we have to choose the species in such a way that those species which can withstand with cluster roots instead of tap root system. Because fly ash pond soil is a loose soil, we have to think of some cluster root species. We have done in 1994 itself, in one of the abandoned ash pond, we have converted into the green belt as a part of our new thermal power plant green belt. Okay. The second one is now we are planning to go for after taking out the legacy ash or giving to the national highways, we are going for solar power plant because transmission line is very nearer, and then this is also having some cementing properties. The ash is having some cementing properties, which you know very well that fly ash is being nowadays utilized in cement industries. Therefore, putting up in the normal earth panel structure is less, economical than putting up in the ash pond.
Sure. So I have one question for both of you, to DPCC and CPCB, is that, there is one thing in the guidelines which is quite interesting. It's saying a 300 mm thick soil layer to be placed over the to stabilize it and to fill it up. And I'm telling from a very personal experience. This was in Angul, where we saw that there has been they wanted to fill up the fly ash pond, but one of the challenges has been is procurement of this soil. Where do you get so much soil from? And what the company was trying to do is getting it from the nearby areas where people thought that it has been taken from agricultural land. Now, how do you think that the stabilization prescription that is currently in the guidelines can work out? It's an important point. You need to fill up with soil. You need to stabilize it. But can it create challenges of getting that soil? Or what is your suggestion on it?
I think I will just say that because this is something very much required, then we will have to bear it and arrange from somewhere.
I think getting that much quantity of soil from nearby areas is a very daunting task. But still, if the guidelines are framed by the CPCB, they have to comply. But however, I think in case of Delhi, Delhi's Badarpur thermal point, I think there was no problem. I think we have already laid the surface for required height, and a lot of plantation saplings were already done. In case of Delhi, I think it will work as a urban forest, and it will be good for that. I don't think, but this will be feasible in all the thermal power plants.
In fact, when I was reading, the same thought came to my mind.
That notification is not a problem for us because ours is integrated. We are having the biggest open cast mine, therefore we can fill it up also with that soil what we are removing it. But anyhow,
you have the pit.
Anyhow, my request is to CPCB, you can say that it can be utilized for solar power plant also, sir. Because, yeah.
How many time do you have left?
I just want to clarify on one point.
Sure, absolutely, sir.
I think the guideline intend to say that the extent of demolition will depend on the future use, but extent of decontamination will be complete in any case. So, so if any wording gives some otherwise impression, kindly point it out to me. I will make it more clear.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much. We'll do that. I have questions for the panel, but I think we would like to hear from the audience. We have about 10 minutes for Q&A. And my colleagues can pass the mic around. We also have officials, I would like to say, from Bandel and Kolaghat thermal power stations. We had Mahajanko sitting in the audience. So you please feel free because we have companies from, so thank you. Any question for, so one second, Nazimuddin ji before he leaves. I think let's take that first.
Actually, for solar to be put, we can have FRP foundations. Steel is not required nowadays. FRP is 4 times stronger and cheaper in cost also. So it can be easily put at ash dike areas.
I think the feasibility of placing solar over ash pond was already looked after by CEA. Then only they recommended, and because CEA was involved in finalizing those guidelines.
Sir, I am saying it is more cost effective also if we use FRP, but people are not using it. Even in UAE and other countries, they are using, but here since the specs are like stainless steel has to be there, so people are not changing those specs. But if guidance comes from CPCB or somewhere, they will have to change.
No, I think
and it will be cheaper for everyone.
Plastic in any form should remain as an option, not as imposed thing.
No, but it is 4 times more stronger and lighter also, so it saves steel and cement. Again, steel and cement are more environmentally harmful.
But
CO2.
These have been finalized, and I think comments were, and we have not gone into those details that what material should be used.
Nazimuddin, very much thank you. I would love to hear from you if you have 2 minutes, Because you know, one of the things that CPCB guidelines, if coming into effect, when coming now that will be complied with, will have an issue of compliance monitoring. Because we are talking of so many power plants, we are talking of fly ash pond. What will be your observation in terms of considering the limited capacity that we face with the state pollution control boards in enforcing some of the guidelines or regulatory, laws that we have? Do you think that there should be something, a separate, I don't know, I'm just asking, more capacity building, a separate entity?
Half of the compliance is assured when we have some self-reporting feature in some guidelines or law. So I think with the help of iForest, we have included timelines for different activities, which include 6 monthly compliance reporting on during decommissioning process. So I think that will take care because while submitting those compliance report, plant will feel responsible that they are submitting correct information, and they will be also cautious that everything is being done properly.
Thank you, sir. We'll do that more. Any questions for, we have TPCC and we also have, as I said, industries from the audience.
Madam, we will call Magajan to the dais.
Please, sir.
Madam, you can come here, sir.
Any questions?
Sir, with regard to FRP structures for solar power plant, excuse me, with regard to FRP structure for solar power plant, what will, how much is the cost economical, where we are finding the factories?
Actually, factories are available here only in India, and it is cost economical also.
No, sir, we should not say just like that it is cost economical. I suppose, for example, I am paying for some 4 rupees.
Yes.
Then if I am going to use FRP, then suppose if it is come as a guideline, okay, we should have industries preparing FRP structures. Now we are having MMS structures companies.
Right.
Okay.
And major disadvantage is, first of all, cost is there. FRP is costing lesser.
No.
Almost twice. I can tell you how. And this is having 4 times more life also. You have to consider that also. When you are putting it in an ash area, FRP doesn't corrode, but steel gets corroded.
No, we are going for stainless steel only. No?
Yes, in ash, that also corrodes. FRP has a 4 times.
No. My question is, we are actually going for around 25,000 megawatt of solar power plant. We can put steel structures / FRP also. At least you have to tell how much it is economical to prepare our estimate.
That I will not.
Okay, suppose.
I'll give you later on.
Yeah, why I am telling now, it is very easy for us to put the MMS structure should be like that, MS or steel bar FRP, then the people who are going to do EPC, okay, they will prefer FRP because it is cheaper.
Yes, one more thing is there. Even the cement required in concreting that at the base, that is also lesser because of the lesser weight of this. So overall, I have the calculations. It is
Okay, you kindly share with iForest, we will also get it.
Sure.
Sir. Thank you.
So, please. Sorry. You can take my mic.
Thank you. So my question is regarding contamination studies. So like basically there's a comprehensive, sorry? Yeah, I'm Subodh Singh. I'm a consultant at an organization in Jaipur. So basically, I wanted to understand, basically there are comprehensive guidelines that exist for remediation of contaminated sites that have been introduced by MOEFCC in 2013 itself. But there has been no mandate laid down on any industry to do these contamination studies in the first place. So like I wanted to understand, like with respect to Badapur decommissioning, as sir said that there weren't any specific requirement and like the eco park is being constructed there. So were there any contamination studies conducted as to understand whether there was any leaching of contaminants inside the soil before like capping it up and like creating an eco park over that?
I think no contamination study has been conducted, but however, I think if the guidelines are framing these things, I think in the future decommissioning thermal plants, they should look into this aspect also. But however, your point is well taken. I think we can look into this issue and carry out the groundwater monitoring surrounding this Badarpur thermal power plant, so that you can analyze whether the groundwater is contaminated or not, so that necessary remedial measures can be taken.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, with regard to your question, we have done the leachate study also. Okay, before doing things. Even we have tested the fruits which are coming from the plants, which is having, which has been planted in the abundant ash pond. Okay, it is not actually carrying the toxicity also. That we are having the study, we have done the report also with a third party. Therefore, nothing so serious in converting the abundant ash pond. Okay, abundant ash pond is a place wherein we can easily change the abundant ash pond either as a solar power plant or otherwise as a eco park after utilizing the legacy ash. As on date, there is no legacy ash is there because we are using 100% dry disposal. Therefore, it is not at all a problem with regard to abundant ash pond management, because my doctorate also fly ash management, even my ME thesis also fly ash management in 1990 itself. How to utilize for the building industries, how to utilize for the agriculture and so many things. Okay.
So we'll take your experience of your master's thesis over lunch. One more question in the back, I think, but it's very interesting, and we request you the report, the study that we
myself, Gaurav from JNU. My question is that, sir, can you tell me about the challenges the economic ecosystem around ash handling is facing?
Just hold on. Given the essence of time, maybe I'll take one more question and we can respond all together. So can you just repeat your question?
Economic ecosystem around ash handling system, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And myself, others, I had also a question. Like, are we exploring the tourism options also? Like, with the passing on the generation, the younger generation is more thrilled with the adventures and all. So is it necessary to dismantle the whole infrastructure, or we can think of something, like we talked about the ecotourism, so it has like aesthetic value also. Are we thinking in that direction? Could anything be done?
Okay.
Thank you.
This is Jayanto Mitra from TEDI. I wanted to ask one question regarding land repurposing. Whether the surplus land that you have as part of decommissioning, community collectives or farmer cooperatives, SHGs can have access to such land, post-treatment of such land, whether they can use that for horticulture or some agricultural purpose, and the company can in a way help in integrating renewable energy technologies in value addition, and also in establishing a supply chain, and in order to create a win-win situation. So that was another point that I just wanted to raise. Thank you.
So three questions. One is an ash handling system. One is land repurposing. But I think one of the great question that is whether the land can be accessible to the community. I'm not very sure, Shubhrata, how much we can take it up, but there is the next session on social. We can definitely take it up. Anyone wants to respond? The third question is, I personally did not understand, but maybe the panelists can. How can ecotourism happen in an area, when you still have structures remaining? I'm not very clear of the prospects of it at all. But if panelists have some, creative idea to work around that, but all three questions. And with this is the final set of questions. After this response, we'll break for lunch.
With regard to keeping as such as a tourism is very, very tough, because almost all the structures are, there is a possibility that it will fall down or something else. Even we thought of also, because it was done by Russian technology in 1962, and then we thought whether we can make it as a tourism, and then there are so many emotional attachments also there, because it is our first power plant. Even NLC is 600 megawatt when NTPC was 0 megawatt. Okay, therefore we thought also, but it is very, very tough. Therefore then we thought we can dismantle it, and then the another question is whether we can convert it into a module manufacturing plant or otherwise energy oriented manufacturing plants like that also. That also we are thinking of. Even green hydrogen also we are thinking of, after dismantling the entire area, whether we can go for, provided MOEF is clearing another 1000 megawatt, we can immediately do the clean power plant in that site itself, because office and substation and all other things are available. Therefore, we have to utilize that particular land for clean power plant, or otherwise even for green hydrogen plant also. Therefore, I would like to tell that the decommissioning of thermal power plant has to happen, but in a engineering manner or in an environmental manner, in such a way that it should be a clean power plant, conversion of clean power plant, of decommissioning of thermal power plant area is the right thing, instead of making everyone is so alarming also. Thank you.
Any response on the economics of the ash handling system? Wants to take that up?
Actually, another two questions. Actually, while going for decommissioning, timeline for planning of decommissioning is very important. And that point, again, I am repeating, if we take another new plant on that place, it will be very beneficial, and all other 3 points, social, financial and economical, all points are being solved here by getting that new plant in that environment. Actually, employment is again one issue which has been discussed here, that employment issue is also here discussed. Again, aesthetic view, it is not possible for that structure. Actually, in Maharashtra, our plants are 40 years old, and we have make a structural audit of them. It is not possible to plant will remain as it is after number of that vibrations and all plant industry. Its life is more than 40 years, and after that it may be doing a structural audit. It is not in aesthetic way. Thank you.
Any comments for you? Okay. I think we are done. We are wrapping up the session. The next session is actually on social considerations that comes up during the decommissioning process. I'd like to thank all of the panelists for their intervention. One important thing is, these are very growing topics. We all are working on it. And I think we would be more than happy to take any questions if any of you have. During lunch, please feel free to interact with our, as I said, panelists and the guests. iForest would be most happy to respond to all your questions if you write to us over an email, LinkedIn, Twitter, anywhere that you can catch us. And the reports are already on the website, so it's downloadable for your read and further comments. Thank you.
Sorry, so it's 1:40 at the moment. We can reconvene in 2:15. So we can reconvene at 2:15. It's a little bit of a delay, but I'm apologize for it. Sorry.
now request everyone to move to their seats so we could move ahead with the next session. I think I would like to request all panelists to please move to the dais.
I think let's just give them 2 more minutes for them to just join us on the seat. People at the back, if may I please request you to take your seats so that we can begin the session.
Yes. Yes.
I would like to request everyone to please come back to their seats. We will now begin the third session, where we focus on the social aspects of decommissioning a thermal power plant. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our panelists for this session. The first panelist is Dr. Shrestha Banerjee. She's the director of India Just Transition Center here at iForest. We have Shri Anish Mishra ji, Deputy Finance Secretary of Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh. Welcome, sir. We also have Shri Saubhagya Chandra Pradhan ji, General Secretary, Indian Mine Workers Federation and Odisha Collieries Mazdoor Sangh, INTUC. Welcome, sir. And finally, we have Swati D'Souza, India Lead Analyst and Coordinator from the International Energy Agency. Welcome, Swati. I would now like to welcome Dr. Shrestha Banerjee to give her presentation on social issues in TPP closures. Welcome, Shrestha.
Thank you everyone, and Shivangi giving my full introduction. She calls me Shrestha, but it's a formal conference and meeting. So we'll keep this session, I think it's a post-lunch session also. I'll keep the presentation as a interlude to the entire conversation that we'll have. And it is largely, this presentation is based on the experiences that we have gathered over the 4 or 5 years that we have been specifically working on issue of just energy transition, and looking into aspects, when any industry is closed. And, today we are talking of fossil fuel, but I think it's true for any industries. There's always some sort of social economic repercussions that we need to think of. The focus of this discussion is the social considerations that we think should be taken into account when decommissioning is happening. Very briefly, what can be the potential impacts of power plant decommissioning? And if I broadly break it down, there can be 3 types of impact. One is on the workforce, because of course people are working. Either they are formal workers, informal workers, but they have an income dependence on these power plants. So therefore, there can be potential income loss for both formal and informal workers. And then there can be also uncertainties, because if there is not an alternative economic activity planned in the area or investments happening, there can be job uncertainties. Also, even if some economic activity happening, are these people positioned enough to get absorbed there? Do they have the right skills? Do they have the education? So there's some sort of uncertainty that may arise. The second thing is impact on the local community, because any industry operating in an area always has a business growing around it. And today we heard in the morning that NTPC, where it was operating, the entire town had a lot of businesses, investments that happened because such a big thermal power plant was operating. People who are working in these power plants or employees, they are also spending in the local market. So an entire induced economy grows around any industrial activity. The radius of it varies, but there is a significant induced dependence that happens over time. And therefore, when any industrial transition happens, there is a likelihood of reduced economic activity in that region, right? We saw that in many instances. Second thing is that there is a reduced businesses and investments, because if there is not an economic activity ongoing, a major industry closure happening in somewhere, it had happened with jute mills, sugar mills, many experiences we happened in the past, and they turned into ghost towns almost. So there is reduced businesses and investments, no one wants to come there. The third is demographic changes, because if there is no job, people will migrate. I am from Bengal. Once upon a time, there were not many diversity of jobs, and many of us moved out. It's a natural process. The fourth thing is that reduced social services, because industries spend through various welfare, particularly education, schools, healthcare facilities, and all of that. And after the mandate of the CSR investments, things have also scaled up in many areas. So these are some of the outstanding challenges for the local community. Finally is the concern of public revenue, because any economic activity in any region contributes to public revenue through direct and indirect taxes. We'll not touch on that. That's a complete big issue of discussion, but that is definitely one of the impacts of an industrial, closure or TPP decommissioning, whatever we want to talk about. Now, to understand one of the fundamental questions that today we can concentrate on and we have been looking on is the nature of impact on the workforce and the local community, because this is also quite complex. If I broadly break up this impact, there are 3 kinds of impact. There are 3 kinds of dependence that we see in these areas. One is direct dependence, where people are directly engaged by the thermal power plants or sort of related activities. And there can be both formal and informal workers who are engaged in these activities. The second sort of nature of impact that can happen and based on the dependence is indirect. For example, you have mechanic shops, you have transportation workers. Their income is related to the operation of this industrial units. And finally is the induced impact. What I just mentioned was sort of the local economic activities that are there, businesses that are there, maybe even an hotel comes up in this region. I mean, we have been working in Talcher for 7-8 years, and we always think that there are new hotels coming up because there are big mines, there are big power plants, there are industries. So businesses flourish because of industrial activities in regions like this. So that is the induced impact also of an economic activity. Now, in terms of worker number, if we want to think of how many people will be impacted, and today morning the person of the CERC asked me, what are the number of workers do you potentially think can be impacted? About I would say nearly 0.2 million of workers are engaged formally by the thermal power plants. Numbers are varying a little bit, but these are mostly as per data obtained over years by us from the various companies itself. And additionally, we have undertaken various district studies until now, and it shows that for thermal power plant workers, the informal workforce varies between 1.2 to 1.5 to 1.7 times. So on an average, we can say 1.5 to 1.7 times are the informal workers. So if I collectively consider them, it's quite a substantial number of workers that we are thinking of that needs to be taken care of. This is particularly not related to one power plant. There can be that those figures can be much less. But generally, if I think of the scale of the challenge that we are thinking for the next 40 years. Now, how do we address this potential impact? There are three things. One, first of all, we need strong laws and institutional mechanisms. Otherwise, how do you ensure that someone gets their benefits and rights? Second thing is we need company-specific policies, because particularly we are talking of the thermal power sector today. We have NTPC, which is a central government undertaking. We have state PSU, and then we have a lot of private sector. At least, it is 30-30-30 nearly. The share is almost, NTPC being a little larger. But what I'm saying is, therefore, industries will themselves have a big role to play. And finally is the stakeholder engagement, because there is a lot of lack of understanding on what this is. It can be a scare factor, which is not. So therefore, stakeholder engagement, discussing with them what economic activities can be taken up on the repurposed facilities, on the fly ash pond today we have been talking about, that they can also think will benefit them. So stakeholder engagement becomes a necessary process. Now, I will not get into the regulatory detail, but fundamentally what we want to see is, do we have the right laws in place to support this transition of workforce that we are thinking of, or of benefiting the local community in the process? The fundamental thing is we have certain laws in place. There are labor laws that are in place. One is the Industrial Dispute Act. We have a Contract Labor Regulation and Act, and we also have now a Social Security Code. Now, labor laws are undergoing modifications, but what fundamentally these laws do is, they are a dispute resolution mechanism. So basically, the premise of all these laws has been that if there is a conflict between an industrial owner or the workers, then the law is designed to settle that dispute. But the kind of decommissioning today we are talking of, or the just energy transition that has become a central agenda, even Government of India is very interested in it, requires something bigger. It is planning the future, which the labor laws are not designed to deal with. So therefore, there is a big limitation that needs to be taken care of when we are talking of this. The second thing is that there is a absence of, and today we heard in the morning, in the previous session, the Central Pollution Control Board noted that there is an absence of how you plan a social transition. And he mentioned something that we are looking at a social impact evaluation. So there are now two things. One, there is a decommissioning happening. You need to evaluate the environmental impacts. So what will be the environmental implication? What will be the environmental liabilities? What kind of remediation measures need to be undertaken? But at the same time, we need to understand what will be the social repercussions of it. For example, who will be affected, in what radius of a plant site a community can be affected, what is the direct impact area, what is the indirect impact area, and then plan around it. Plan something. Now, not everything that the industry has to plan, it can be the industry, the government plans together, but at least an assessment and planning is necessary. Now, these three things are not there, and therefore the obvious prescription is to have revised labor laws which takes care of worker issues, particularly from a situation where they get better employment, better jobs, wages are secured and all of that. The second thing is undertake the social evaluation and plan around workforce transition and social transition based on these evaluations. I'll stop to that. And I think my colleague Atika will now take on the panel for further discussions on all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sreshta. Thank you, Sreshta. I understand that post-lunch sessions are a bit of a challenge, but I think the issue today is very relevant for us to be prepared for what's coming in future going forward. I'll begin with Mr. Pradhan. And very specific questions, and I would also request the panelists to keep it to about 3 to 4 minutes so that every response, so that we can take more questions even at the end from the audience here. Mr. Pradhan, being a part of Indian Mine Workers Federation and your current responsibilities, you've worked very closely, and witnessed the socio-economic impact of a power plant closure, especially with the NTPC Talcher TPS was shut down. Could you also, share with us your experience, both in terms of the impact and also in terms of the way worker retrenchment was done, and what do we see from there? Just take us through that. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, friends on the dais of the dais. I am working in a coal industries, and my sister company, Talcher Thermal Power Station, just 5 kilometers away from my duty place. On a sudden, on 1st April 1921, just NTPC declared the plant is closed. Up to 31st March 21st, it was working. And the next day, that is the Odisha Foundation Day, Utkal Divas, on that date that plant was closed. And all on a sudden, the attendance was stopped by the of the workers. The regular workers were put on attendance, allowed to put attendance. The contract workers who were at that time more than 1,500, they all were stopped suddenly within a day. That issue was challenged by us in different forums. Different forums means it is appropriate government. They have not given any notice to the workers nor to the recognized union. My union was recognized in that plant at that time. They did not give any notice to the union as well as any worker. That was challenged by our union in different forums. At last we went to High Court. Then after the NTPC management told that the contract workers are not my workers. Only the regular workers, those who are there, they were been placed at NTPC Konya, which is 30 kilometers away from that place, the biggest power project, NTPC Konya. And the contractor workers were without any notice, without any payment and anything, immediately they were stopped from their duty. And after High Court decision, they were paid in different times. There was from 1st April 21 to 25/10/21. After the decision of the High Court, till date, none of the workers are individually given any notice to the workers. We are still fighting that case in different forums, including High Court. They should be given proper notice as per the ID Act. As per ID Act 25, from 1 to 8, none of the subsections were implemented there. And this was also upheld by the High Court, and the interim relief, they were paid their wages for the 6 months. But the retrenchment benefit, not yet they are paid. However, at that time also we demanded the section 25H for their re-employment. After 2 years, again that plant is going to be built in balance area, not yet decommissioned. The space, different space, they are there, big space, and they are going to construct a new plant. Some of the workers are being engaged there as physical labor, doing their physical labors. All the workers were at that time doing the maintenance job inside the plant. Now they all are working with physical labor because they all are the local people. The local finance was developed with these peoples. The standard of living of the locality was up due to NTPC. It was commissioned in 1964, and since that area is growing, was growing. The CSR work done by NTPC at that time has been also stopped. The school, which was continuous for 50 years, has been closed. Now, Odia medium school. And the other benefits like water supply, somehow water supply is going on, but the electricity has been stopped now. This is the local scenario of that area, and all the business houses. That colony itself has become a ghost colony. Not a single man is there, except few security guards are looking after that area. The local community, 100 of shops has been closed. A daily market, which was also been a economy and generation area. The local people were regularly coming to sell their home products, also been closed as on present. Anything more?
Yeah. Also, one follow-up question, Mr. Pradhan. So, you've shared with us the local community impact. So, was there out migration? Now, the financial aspect of the city is completely down. What?
No, most of the local community, I doubt somebody else has migrated elsewhere. They are the local people, and they are also having some landed property, and they are doing their agriculture business and something like this.
So, most of them have moved to the agriculture for their daily.
Only the migrated workers, those who are working there inside the plant, they are again migrated to their native area.
Sure. Thank you. I'll come to you, Mr. Mishra, and if I may ask you, about the social security protection. We understand currently the situation of social security systems in India with respect to the workers and laborers. What is the extent of social security protection currently available, to a contractual or a subcontractual worker in India? And how that support, in the event of such industrial closure, and how can we be more prepared for that? You may choose to, sir, respond in Hindi. That should be okay, please.
थैंक यू, नमस्कार। इसको दो तरीके से समझना होगा कि वर्कर्स के लिए सोशल सिक्योरिटी की क्या पोजीशन है। एक तो हमारे लेजिस्लेशन के अंदर प्रोविज़न क्या है, कुछ प्रोविजंस हैं, सफिशिएंट या इनसफिशिएंट है उसकी वो बात की बात है। कुछ प्रोविजंस हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर रेगुलेशन एंड एवोल्यूशन एक्ट 1970, उसके अलावा वर्कर्स कंपनसेशन एक्ट प्रोविजन है, लेकिन उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कितना है। मैं एक दो बातें बता करके मैं उसकी तुलना करके बताऊंगा आपको। मैं आज की डेट में प्रधान जी बैठे हुए हैं, सीधा थर्मल पावर प्लांट के अंदर काम करते हैं, कोल इंडस्ट्री के अंदर बड़ा निकट से देखा हुआ है। आज भी वहाँ पर काम करने वाले कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर को 11 महीने की तनख्वाह मिलती है। साल में 12 महीने होते हैं, 12 महीने की तनख्वाह नहीं मिलती, 11 महीने की तनख्वाह मिलती है। प्रिंसिपल एम्प्लॉयर, चाहे वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो या प्राइवेट सेक्टर में आता हो, उसको अपना एम्प्लॉय नहीं मानता। कैसे नहीं मानता कि हर 1 साल बाद 2 साल बाद उसका कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बदलता है, वो उसके पेरोल पर नहीं होता। जैसा कि अभी बताया कि वर्कर तो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेबर को मतलब उसके हाँ एम्प्लॉय नहीं मानता, उसका ध्यान ही नहीं है। वर्कर्स का इश्यू बड़ा सेंसिटिव और बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट इशू है, खासतौर से जो कोई कंपनी क्लोजर की तरफ जाती है। ये तो भी मतलब जब क्लोजर नहीं है, वर्तमान स्थिति जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं 11 महीने की तनख्वाह मिलना, इवन देन कि जब वो किसी प्लांट के अंदर एंटर होता है वहाँ पर उसको परमानेंट आई कार्ड नहीं मिलता, टेम्परेरी आई कार्ड पर उसकी एंट्री होती है। प्लांट के अंदर कोई घटना घट जाए, उसका जीवन खतरे में पड़ जाए, उसकी जान चली जाए, तो वो किसी खाते में नहीं आता, ना बाहर आएगा ना कंपनी के खाते में आएगा। व्यवहारिक स्थिति, वास्तविक स्थिति ये है। ठीक प्रकार से जो हमारे लेजिस्लेशन है वो भी अपने आप में कंप्लीट नहीं है, उसकी अभी बहुत ज़रूरत है। लेकिन कोल इंडस्ट्री एक एनर्जी को लेकर के चालू होकर के आज बंद होने के टाइम पर है। मुझे लगता है आने वाले 15, 20, 25 साल के अंदर लगभग थर्मल पावर प्लांट सारे के सारे क्लोजर की उसमें आ जाएंगे। और आज भी हम जो इनिशियल बनाते टाइम पर जो हमें विचार करना चाहिए था किसी लेजिस्लेशन के लिए, और हम क्लोजर के टाइम तक वहाँ पर नहीं आया। मैं बात करता हूँ यहाँ पर कि अभी कुछ साल पहले से जो ग्रीन ट्रांजिशन के नाम पर और सब वास्तव में ज़रूरत है, क्लाइमेट चेंज है, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग है, उस पर हम एक लिमिट से ज़्यादा उसको मतलब हीट को हम बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकते, देश दुनिया नहीं कर सकते। वहाँ पर इसके लिए कानून बना है क्लोजर के टाइम पर, यूरोप हो, ब्रिटेन हो। भारत के बारे में अभी मैं पहले सेशन के अंदर आया था, शायद हम लोग अभी सोच भी नहीं रहे हैं। पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल रूल की बातचीत, कोई गाइडलाइंस बन रही हैं, मुझे लगता है अभी हम इससे बहुत पीछे हैं। अभी आज की डेट के अंदर उनकी वास्तव में हम प्रॉफिट, नॉन प्रॉफिट, रेवेन्यू इस सब को लेकर के सोच रहे हैं, उस प्लांट का वो क्या होगा उसको लेकर के सोच रहे हैं। लेकिन जो सबसे सेंसिटिव इशू है, एक ह्यूमन इशू है, वो हमें लगता है कि हमारी प्रायोरिटी से आज भी बहुत ज़्यादा दूर है। इसके बारे में सोचना पड़ेगा। और क्लोजर के टाइम पर जो एक इस फ़र्क जो पड़ता है, वास्तव में जो सबसे ज़्यादा प्रभाव पड़ने वाला विषय है, मानवीय प्रभाव सबसे अधिक गंभीर विषय होता है। अगर जो क्लोजर के टाइम पर पीछे जो अभी प्रधान जी ने उदाहरण दिया कि जो माइग्रेंट थे वो फिर से रीमाइग्रेंट हो गए, और जो वहाँ पर लोकल जो लोग थे वो वहीं पर अपने जो पुश्तैनी जो काम, किसी की कोई ज़मीन होगी, कोई एग्रीकल्चर हो, उसके अंदर लग गए। आज भी हम जानकारी भी लेने का मतलब जो जिसको लेनी चाहिए, चाहे वो इंडस्ट्री हो, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो, चाहे वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो, सोचना तो दूर, उसके बारे में हम बात भी करना नहीं चाहते कई जगह पर ऐसा देखने में आता है। और जो ट्राइपेटाइटिक फोरम होना चाहिए वर्कर्स का, गवर्नमेंट का, उसका एकदम बिल्कुल वो गायब है। मुझे लगता है कि इस पर अभी क्लोजर अभी पिछले कुछ सालों में आरंभ हुआ है थर्मल पावर प्लांट्स का। इस बारे में गंभीरता से सोच करके कुछ ना कुछ एक रेगुलेशन लेकर के सरकार को आना चाहिए, और एक गंभीरता से हम प्रयास करेंगे। मुझे लगता है क्लोजर तो होना निश्चित है, उसकी आवश्यकता भी है, लेकिन उसका इफेक्ट कम से कम वर्कर्स पर पड़े, सोशल एस्पेक्ट पर पड़े। एक तो वर्कर की बात, वर्कर के अलावा बहुत सारा जो आसपास जो एक 10 साल, 15 साल, 20 साल कोई इंडस्ट्री चलती है, आसपास जो चीज़ें इकट्ठी होती है, एक मार्केट बनती है, एक समाज इकट्ठा होता है, आकर के रहता है, उस पर भी बहुत बड़े दुष्प्रभाव पड़ने वाले हैं। सभी लोग कहीं ना कहीं एक बुरी हालत में पहुंचेंगे। मुझे लगता है समय पर हमें सोचना चाहिए, विचार करना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
मिश्रा जी, एक फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन इसको लेके, अभी हमारा जो लीगल फ्रेमवर्क है उसमें सोशल सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम को लेके कुछ गाइडलाइंस हैं सब कॉन्ट्रैक्टर और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर्स के लिए, यहाँ गाइडलाइंस ही नहीं है, सिर्फ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन?
गाइडलाइंस हैं, रिट्रेंचमेंट कंपनसेशन का प्रोविजन है, लेकिन प्रोविजन का फ़ायदा तब होगा जब उसकी इनरोलमेंट पेरोल पर उसके आदमी होगा, और मैक्सिमम लोग
तो कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल के लिए नहीं है।
नहीं, पेरोल में नहीं आता, मैं करो नहीं है। जब बताया ना कि उसके पेरोल में नहीं आता तो उसको उसका लाभ मिलने का मतलब नहीं। प्रोविजन है कि अगर जो कोई इंडस्ट्री बंद होती है आईडी एक्ट के अंदर, उसको कंपनसेशन मिलना चाहिए, लेकिन जब उसके पेरोल में नहीं आएगा उसको उसका लाभ नहीं मिलेगा।
शुक्रिया। प्लीज प्लीज सर।
नहीं, इन दिस पर्टिकुलर केस, थर्मल का केस में हम बता रहा हूँ, ये लोग को उनको वर्कर नहीं लेना कि वो मेरा वर्कर नहीं है, वो ओनली नील जो एप्लीकेशन गवर्नमेंट को करता है ना, वो बोलता है कि कोई इफेक्ट नहीं है। इसको हम हाई कोर्ट में चैलेंज किया, हाई कोर्ट बोला नहीं, दे आर द रिट्रेंच्ड वर्कर्स। ये भाई पर्टिकुलर एक वर्ड लिखा कि रिट्रेंच्ड वर्कर्स, आपको मानना होगा वो रिट्रेंच्ड वर्कर्स को जो जो बेनिफिट मिलना है देना चाहिए। लेकिन अभी तक जो इंटरिम ऑर्डर था, उन लोग को तनख्वाह ओनली मिला 25/10/2021 तक, उसका बाद अभी तक मिला नहीं। और वो जो नया काम शुरू हुआ वो लोग बोलते कि ये जॉब में मेरा जरूरत नहीं है अभी। कुछ आदमी ले रहा है, 400-500 आदमी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वाला ले रहा है, बट दे आर ऑल फिजिकल लेबर, जो काम कर रहा है वही काम हो रहा है, क्योंकि सिविल काम हो रहा है। ये लोग मेंटेनेंस में थे, तो ये जरूरत नहीं। अभी भी बोलता है मैनेजमेंट कि हम लेंगे, लेकिन ये अभी तक कोर्ट में एक स्टेटमेंट दे दिया है कि हम लेंगे जब जरूरत हमारा होगा।
Thank you, Pradhan ji. We'll come again and talk about what could be the changes in the legal framework, or what were the learnings from NTPC. But let me just bring Ms. D'Souza here. Coming from the IE and elaborate experience where social economic impact is a major consideration no matter which program you undertake, could you elaborate a little more on the dimensions and nuances of social economic impact of this coal transition, especially when we talk about TPPs?
Just don't take it the other way.
Hanji, please, Pradhan ji. No, yes. Aapko?
No, because it's very useful to hear both Pradhan ji as well as Mishra ji talking. I'm learning a lot sitting over here, so very happy to come in right at the end. To answer your question on what are the nuances, firstly, there are a bunch of things that are happening globally. Not all of them are applicable to India. The reason for which was highlighted both by Mishra ji and Pradhan ji. A, we don't count a lot of these people as workers to begin with. If you don't identify and count them, then they don't have rights to access anything. Even if the laws are in place, they don't have rights to access anything. So that becomes a huge problem. In terms of the nuances on what's happening or what are the various things that are happening globally. And this is, I'm not taking any one country because of lack of time, but this is just a accumulation of what's happening across the world. One is, of course, identification of the workforce. And this is not just the formal, informal, but also the induced workforce, what a lot of advanced economies call community impact. In India, we have migration, but across the world, particularly in advanced economies, most communities don't like to migrate. In India, because of economic necessity, people over here don't mind migrating for jobs. So community-driven impacts is a huge point of conversation. The cultural impact of closure is a huge point of conversation. Also, I'm really sorry, my Hindi is terrible, so I'm talking in English. I can try in Hindi, most people won't understand it. So it's now when we think about what the social impact would be, Sheshta put it very well in her presentation, but I'm talking more on the mitigation side of it. So what are countries, companies doing to see that the social impacts are mitigated? Once you measure the size of the impact, both in terms of the number of people who are going to be impacted, as well as the quantum of the impact. So what your plant area impact is going to be, what is your worker compensation cost, what is your skilling and reskilling and upskilling cost. And then going beyond that, what is going to be the cost for the community itself in terms of any of your taxes and revenues, and because as Pradhanji mentioned, the NTPC school, a lot of these, while in the US and in Europe, schools are not supported by the company, but a lot of the tax base to run the school actually comes from the company, which then often leads to closure. So that has an impact. There are a couple of examples. I think one, off the top of my head, there were 3 plant closures in the US, one in Tennessee, one in Michigan, one in Minnesota, and a lot of the impact came on the school tax base. Actually, the schools got shut down because about 50% of the money for the schools came from the coal plant themselves. So while these closures were planned, the companies had to pay an upfront cost to the district administration such that the school would not be shut down. Okay, so that's just one example. Going beyond this is the question of skilling and upskilling. Now here I want to, there is a difference between how advanced economies think of skilling, upskilling, and how in India we should be thinking of skilling, upskilling, because that comes as part of your re-employment aspect. The power sector actually does much better than a lot of the other sectors that are reliant on coal. If you consider coal mine, if you consider the iron and steel sector, from a technical perspective, the workers in the power sector are have a higher technical base, either due to vocational training experiences, on-the-job training that unions provide a lot of these workers, that companies provide a lot of these workers. But the question that we need to ask ourselves is, do we have a skilling framework? So the NSCC, which is the National Skill Development Council, is looking at a skilling framework and a taxonomy for existing jobs. But jobs of the future are not a part of this language, are not a part of this existing taxonomy. What do we need for somebody who's working in a thermal power plant today, but tomorrow wants to work in a nuclear plant or build a small modular reactor? You know, do we have that similar language, taxonomy, skill, framework or base? That is something that I think we need to start thinking and developing, in addition to, by the way, just implementing what we already have. I'm going a step further, assuming that, you know, we go at least 20% of doing the implementation, and then what needs to be done. So this skilling framework is another area of social impact that we don't consider. The third and the last, because I'm looking at time, is gender. Today, gender is skewed men to female in thermal power plants because of historic issues and necessities, and plus just the quality of education that women have had over the years. Going forward, we have an opportunity to get women back into the labor force. We have an opportunity because it's not as dirty as your fossil fuel industry is. So we need to start thinking of how gender can be a key component of your social impact going forward. I'll stop here. My time's done. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Shush, I'll come to you in the next round. I have another question for Pradhan ji. Pradhan ji, हमें क्या सीख मिले आपके एक्सपीरियंस से, जो एनटीपीसी का एक्सपीरियंस हुआ आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या हमें ये मान के चलना चाहिए या हमारे लिए सीख है आगे के लिए? उस पर थोड़ा सा विचार।
एनटीपीसी एक्सपीरियंस में हम यही देख रहा है कि गवर्नमेंट, पब्लिक सेक्टर आल्सो लाइक प्राइवेट सेक्टर, ऑल पब्लिक सेक्टर मैनेजमेंट्स आर वेरी लाइक प्राइवेट सेक्टर. There is not possible, about 2 lakhs rupees we spent for a high court case. Is it possible for ordinary workers to contribute? 100 rupees we collected from the workers. 100 rupees will come hardly 15,000. Our all sister unions of that area, they contributed this amount, and about 2 lakhs amount we spent for this high court judgment, and still it is going on. And out of 1,500 odd figures, only 889 workers recognized as a contract worker by NTPC after this court case. And they all were in that position for, they got wages up to 6 months. They got wages, but not yet they are paid their compensation. They were never given any notice to the 889 those who were recognized by NTPC. And till now they are assuring that we will give re-employment them at the time of need. But they may not need. Nowadays all mechanicals coming, all improved. NTPC Konya having 3,000 megawatt production, hardly 600 workers are there. And this is going next. Our new power project will be 1,300 megawatt. It will give employment hardly 200, 300 like. Then there is no question of re-employment, though they are assuring. And we are just begging for a compensation to these workers. But where there is union is also not strong. In India, all we are divided house. All unions are, there is no coordination between any unions. Our friend Misra is heading at Delhi. We are at a remote place. his people are fighting with us, and my people are also fighting with them. In India, the union is a divided house. At thermal NTPC, we fought. That's because all the workers were with us at that time, and we generate resource from the other sectoral unions. Thanks.
प्रधान जी, एक और क्वेश्चन आपसे। तो आपके विचार से अगर हमें 3 सुझाव देने हों तो क्या होंगे? क्या हमें लॉ में कुछ बदलाव लाना है, या एंगेजमेंट लेबर के साथ जब क्लोजर हो रहा है वो बेटर होना चाहिए कि नोटिस टाइम से हो, कॉम्पनसेशन, या जो आप कह रहे हैं कि यूनियन में, अलग अलग यूनियन में ही कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं है, तो आपके विचार से क्या 3 सुझाव अगर हम देना चाहें तो क्या?
जब वर्कर का ऊपर जहाँ होता है ना, सारे यूनियन एक साथ मिलकर के लड़ने से वो जरूर सक्सेस होगा। ऐसा ये इधर पब्लिक सेक्टर और प्राइवेट सेक्टर एवरीवेयर हम लोग सक्सेस मिलेगा, सारे मिल करके काम करने से तो जरूर होगा। और ये अभी जितना रूल है दे आर सफिशिएंट, इतना रूल में भी बहुत काम हो सकता है, लेकिन ये रूल तो इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं होता है ना। और आपका जो सजेशन अभी आ रहा है कमीशनिंग के फ्यूचर में, हम लोग तो पहले जब आए थे, कोई हमारा उधर बैठे है चिन्मय जा करके हमको हमारा ऑफिस में बोले कि हम ऐसा ऐसा कर रहा है, बोले अरे इम्पॉसिबल थिंग यू आर डूइंग, कभी माइंस बंद होगा, कभी थर्मल स्टेशन बंद होगा और आप ट्रांजिशन को जाएगा। लेकिन नाउ यू हैव पर्टिकुलरली आई फॉरेस्ट आज मैंने विजन एक डाल रहा है कि ये बंद होगा और ऐसा ऐसा होगा, ग्रीन एनर्जी आएगा, एक विजन हमको मिल रहा है कि होगा। ऑल पीपुल, ऑर्डिनरी पीपुल आल्सो थिंकिंग ऑफ दिस सोलर एनर्जी एंड अदर रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, एवरीथिंग।
एक और, हाँ, प्लीज कैरी।
आई हैव सम फ्यू मिनट्स, इसलिए
नो वी विल पुट दैट अगेन।
ये गवर्नमेंट का अभी जो नया लेबर लॉ में है स्किलिंग, स्किलिंग, ये बहुत अच्छा चीज है कि वर्कर को थोड़ा स्किल कर देने से दूसरा भी काम कर सकता है, अपने भी वो कुछ एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करके अपना भी बिजनेस कर सकता है। कोई एक मैकेनिक ड्राइवर हो सकता है, कोई दूसरा काम में होटल भी चला सकता है, दूसरा कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। तो दैट शुड बी स्किलिंग एंड रिस्किलिंग शुड बी ए पार्ट ऑफ दिस कमीशन। थैंक्स।
Sure, thank you. You answered my question for skilling, so thank you for that. मिश्रा जी, आपसे दोबारा बात करते हैं। हम जो सोशल सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम की बात कर रहे हैं, जब ऐसे इवेंट्स होते हैं जैसे क्लोजर, और हमें पता है कि आगे फ्यूचर में भी होंगे, तो उसी के लिए आज प्रिपेयर होना है और उसी के लिए आज बात करनी है। तो व्हाट मैकेनिज्म कैन वी अडॉप्ट टू सपोर्ट द वर्कर्स?
उसको आज के टाइम में उसको एक सिर्फ मॉनेटरी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नहीं देखना चाहिए, एक सेंसिटिवनेस के साथ देखना चाहिए, क्योंकि खाली एक मॉनेटरी इशू नहीं है। आज हम एनर्जी जनरेट कर रहे हैं कोल इंडस्ट्री से, थर्मल पावर प्लांट से कर रहे हैं, वो कहीं ना कहीं दूसरे उसके अंदर चली जाएगी, चाहे वो न्यूक्लियर से करें या किसी और उससे करें, टेक्नोलॉजिकल चेंज होकर के किसी से भी करें। लेकिन जो शायद हम लोग सब समाज में रहते हैं, सबको ध्यान में होगा, कोई व्यक्ति जब एक बार अनएम्प्लॉयड होता है, बेरोजगार होता है, इस तरीके से किसी पर्टिकुलर एक स्किल के अंदर होता है, दोबारा उस जीवन में उसको रोजगार मिलना उस प्रकार का बड़ा आसान काम नहीं होता। तो मुझे लगता है इसको खाली मॉनेटरी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नहीं सोचना चाहिए, चाहे वो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो, या फिर वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर का कोई भी हो। उसको एक सेंसिटिवनेस, उस सेंसिटिवनेस के साथ सोचना पड़ेगा कि मैंने उसको साल के अंदर 15 कंपटीशन एक्ट के अंदर जो प्रोविजन है, 10 साल मेरे यहाँ काम किया और 10 साल में एक साल का 15 दिन की सैलरी दे करके उसको मैंने रिट्रेंच कर दिया अपने यहाँ से, उसको छटनी कर दिया आपने, उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नहीं सोचना। उसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ लेजिस्लेशन तो लाना ही चाहिए, खाली लेजिस्लेशन लाने से भी काम नहीं चलेगा, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर लंबे समय से हम लोग टेक्निकल फील्ड के काम कर रहे हैं कि बहुत सारी चीज़ों को लेकर के कानून है, सब कुछ है, लेकिन उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बहुत कम है। तो व्यवहारिक रूप से कोई भी कानून लेकर के, कानून तो लाना ही चाहिए। अभी मैंने जो मेरी जानकारी है, मैडम ने शायद बाहर ज़्यादा निकट से देखा होगा कि यूरोप हो या कोई और कंट्रीज हो, वहाँ पर इस चीज़ के लिए क्लोजर से पहले वहाँ के लिए कानून लेकर के आए, किस प्रकार से उसका वो करेंगे, उसका वैकल्पिक काम क्या होगा, उसको क्या रोजगार मिलेगा। भारत के अंदर अभी ऐसा नहीं है। तो मुझे लगता है इसको खाली मॉनेटरी इशू के अलावा एक मानवीय पहलू के साथ इसको बहुत गंभीरता से सोचना पड़ेगा, और तीनों को साथ बैठ करके, इंडस्ट्री को, सरकार को और वर्कर को, कोई ना कोई एक योजना, क्योंकि अभी शुरुआत है क्लोजर की, पिछले कुछ सालों से शुरुआत हुआ और लंबे समय तक आने वाले अगले 30-35 साल तक चलेगा ये भारत के अंदर इसका क्लोजर। क्योंकि एक जो है ना, मतलब 1, 2, 3 पीढ़ी कम से कम इसके अंदर चली जाएंगी। तो अभी आरंभ है, गंभीरता से सोचेंगे। बेशक आज वाली पीढ़ी को उतना लाभ ना हो, उसको नुकसान हो, लेकिन आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए रास्ता खुले, आने वाले क्लोजर हम ठीक प्रकार से कर पाएँ और आने वाले जो वर्कर्स को कहीं ना कहीं ठीक से, चाहे स्किल डेवलपमेंट का काम हो, ये खाली हम एक जैसे भी एक स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्ट्री की बात करी, अच्छा है सरकार ने बनाया है, लेकिन वास्तव में उसने क्या किया आज तक? मुझे लगता है फेल्योर है वो, वास्तव में जिन पर काम नहीं किया। सरकार किसी की भी हो, सरकार आज वाली सरकार है या इससे पहले वाली सरकार थी या आने वाली सरकार है, वास्तव में जमीन पर जो जिस काम के लिए उसको बनाया गया, वास्तव में उसने कितने लोगों को स्किल दे करके एम्प्लॉयमेंट पे लेकर के आए, या कितने लोगों को रीस्किल करके नया एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिया। मुझे लगता है कि इस बारे में गंभीरता से, सेंसिटिवनेस के साथ सोच करके आगे बढ़ना होगा। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Ji. Shrishta, I'll bring you in here at this moment. And, you know, we must also understand, Shrishta, while she was talking about the number of employees being affected, number of workers being affected, this is the research done by iForest, and the CA thumb rule gives a very different picture. I'm assuming the lower picture. Shrishta can throw some light on that. But, Shrishta, you know, coming from the industry, like Mishra Ji just said, the workers, the lawmakers, and the industry has to come together. So, from the industry perspective, as well as from the government perspective, you know, what should be the role? How do we split up the role between the industry and the government to make sure that the social impact pertaining to thermal power plant closure is addressed?
Yeah, so, you know, Mishra ji touched actually on a very important point, which is called a tripartite forum, जो इसको बोलते हैं, जो जहाँ government आते हैं, industry आते हैं, and अभी worker union, but maybe in our country we don't want to get into, we say worker representative, क्योंकि सारा worker unionized नहीं है. I think that's a more appropriate term. But the question is, Atika, okay. Huh? It's working. So, see, the role of the government and the industry is, you know, very different. Government is a lawmaker. Government will design policies, laws, and government institutions will work around implementation. Therefore, the kind of regulate laws we need, the institutional mechanisms we need, following those laws is the job of the government. And government needs to make sure that if I am designing these laws, I have the right institution and the right authorities and the capacity to implement those laws. That is the role of the government. The role of the industry is to plan an enterprise level transition. And therefore the industry role is not to make laws, but as per the regulatory provisions of the government, design strategies, design plans, discuss with stakeholders how to implement those plans. One of the big things about industry is, and we have worked around that a lot, what will be the structure of a worker transition plan? So how do they design about going it? And Swati's mentioned about what is happening globally. And if we look at countries across like Spain, we look at Germany, what has been going on in US, the worker transition plan, fundamentally what it generates is data. We have been talking of, none of us knows, it's a thumb rule. CA is applying a thumb rule. We are doing some sort of estimation. But to me, to provide any benefit, the main work becomes data. And I believe that instead of government doing all the roster and trying to get all the data, the easiest job is industry to generate the data, the number of workers that can be impacted, both formal and informal sort of, then design the worker transition plan. And that will be the key role of the industry. And then also I believe what today we discussed, actually agree to it, that in this case power plants have been playing a better role in skilling and reskilling. In fact, NTPC has tied up with ITIs and all of that already they have started doing. Therefore, they can provide money for skilling, reskilling, all that sorts. So industry role is very specific, tied to that plant, tied to that workers, and in the bigger scope also. The other thing for us is, because we have public sector undertakings in the thermal power space like NTPC,
public sector, companies have a mandate to do social welfare investments. Therefore, some of the impacts that we are thinking of on the induced economy and all, in some way can be also taken care of the enterprises, particularly if they diversify their businesses in the same area. One of the biggest, all the time the example comes up, this NTPC is investing in renewable energy big time. But they are not investing yet in the areas where the thermal power plants are operating. And that will be very important for a company like NTPC to do to address worker transition issues.
Thanks. I'll bring, yes, sure. I was coming to you only, but yeah, please go ahead.
No, I just want to make one more point in addition to, and when companies like NTPC are thinking of reskilling and upskilling, right now a lot of their skilling is only limited to their on-roll formal employees. And not to contract employees who are still part of NTPC, and I think that needs to change because at the end of the day, you and I don't know who are the contract employees that NTPC is hiring. They know because job contractors have to give them that data. The data may not be in the public domain, but the HR department will have the data of at least the number of people. Some IDs may change, but a large portion of that IDs, and therefore even so your reskilling has to be expanded to the contract employees and not just the formal sector.
I think I'll hold on to that thought and take inputs from them and come to you. So Pradhan ji, जैसे skilling की बात हो रही है, majorly formal workers के लिए, contractual workers के लिए, subcontractual workers के लिए नहीं होती है. आपका कुछ सुझाव विचार?
Actually, public sector in coal India में कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर और रेगुलर वर्कर सबके लिए कुछ स्किलिंग प्रोग्राम हो रहा है. ऐसा बात नहीं कि नहीं हो रहा है. छोटा छोटा 3 दिन 4 दिन 5 दिन ऐसा प्रोग्राम हो रहा है. बट जितना वॉल्यूम ऑफ वर्कर्स इतना नहीं हो रहा है. एनटीपीसी में वॉल्यूम ऑफ वर्कर्स वेरी लेस. कोल इंडिया में मोर देन 2.5 lakhs वर्कर्स. इतना जितना स्किलिंग प्रोग्राम हो रहा है इतना सफिशिएंट नहीं. अभी रिसेंटली कोल इंडिया कुछ प्रोग्राम पेरीफेरी एरिया का जो एजुकेटेड लड़का है उनके लिए भी कुछ स्किलिंग प्रोग्राम किया है. हाली महानदी, हम आई बिलोंग्स टू महानदी, MCL, कोई सुना होगा MCL ना. महानदी में 2000 पेरीफेरी विलेज का लड़का को स्किलिंग के लिए भेजा है. तो ये कुछ कर रहा है बट नॉट सफिशिएंट. जितना करना था इतना नहीं कर रहा है. जो आदमी का जमीन ले लिया, घर ले लिया, सब ले लिया, उनका एक लड़का को नौकरी दिया, बाकी 4 लड़का बैठा है. उनको स्किलिंग करके क्या देगा अभी तक? जो ये एक बड़ा बात है. दिस इज नॉट आवर टॉपिक. हमको एनटीपीसी के बारे में बोले थे तो आई वांट लिमिट विथ द एनटीपीसी. एक्चुअली एनटीपीसी जब बंद हुआ ये तो माना नहीं हमारा वर्कर करके. इतना वर्कर से इतना मानने के बाद भी आज तक पैसा नहीं दिया. एनटीपीसी के पब्लिक सेक्टर, व्हाट अबाउट प्राइवेट सेक्टर? प्राइवेट सेक्टर तो कुछ नहीं देगा. वो तो मानेगा नहीं कि ये मेरा वर्कर नहीं है. वो एनटीपीसी बोल रहा है कि ये कॉन्ट्रैक्टर वर्कर, ये मेरा वर्कर नहीं है. वो भी जो एनटीपीसी के बारे में जो बातचीत कर रहा है हर जगह में वही वो मेंशन कर रहा है कि कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, उनका आईडी में लिखा है कि फलाना कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के वर्कर. वो वर्कर जा रहा है अंदर, लेकिन वो वर्कर अपना वर्कर नहीं मान रहा है, वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर मान रहा है. दिस इज द होल प्रॉब्लम. बट द प्रिंसिपल एम्प्लॉयर रूल में लिखा है कि प्रिंसिपल एम्प्लॉयर शुड शोल्डर ऑल द रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ हिज सेफ्टी एंड सोशल सिक्योरिटी.
Sure. Thanks. Thank you. One question to you, Mr. Souza. And but from your global perspective, have there been social impact, concerns outside globally? And are there any learnings for India that we could draw, from that perspective? And also with respect to, repurposing and redevelopment, how that fits into the whole context?
So, a lot of your thermal power plant closures and repurposing and retrofitting is largely happening in advanced economies. So, most of it is happening in US. Some of it is happening in Europe, but in Europe Europe had moved away from coal a while ago, and even despite the slight uptick during 2021-22 because of the Ukraine invasion, the Russian invasion, the impact on employment has not been a lot. The retrofitting plans have gone ahead. So if I have to take examples of what they've done, a lot of what they've done was what I mentioned earlier. But as Mishra ji said, I think one thing that they were very clear about was doing a feasibility study to understand if you're going to shut down this plant, what is going to come in its place. The World Bank is doing some of that in India, isolated 1 or 2 plants. They're trying to understand what will happen in India. ADB is doing this in Vietnam and in Indonesia, where they are doing feasibility studies on the ground for an individual plant to see what are the repurposing options. A lot of times it goes back to because from a thermal power plant to a solar or a wind plant. In other times, for example, in some of the states in the US, there's a state in Virginia where it's gone back to pumped storage, where your transition has actually happened to pumped storage. There's another state in Tennessee where it's actually gone from a coal plant to a deep water port because it was close to the port and they decided to make it a deep water port. So it's necessary to understand what is the usefulness. Shrestha mentioned this, when NTPC is expanding, a lot of their expansion is actually not in coal areas, and that could be an option. So that I think is a learning that in India we need to think about. The other thing that we need to think about, and this is something that almost every country now is working towards, is identifying what are the new skills and jobs from an economy-wide perspective, and then drilling it down to a regional perspective. So the opportunity cost of IRA, let's look at the Inflation Reduction Act in the US. So the IRA, and as well as there's another act, defines what your boundaries of an affected community are. Once they define the boundaries, then they say, okay, these are your compensation, your rebates that you will get for setting up XYZ industry. So the US has identified that it doesn't want to rely on China, and it actually wants to have its own EV supply chain, and they want to go ahead in that. In India, given that we are a growing economy, we are sort of taking this all technology approach, which has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that, of course, we need to create that many jobs, and that's a possibility. The disadvantage is you are literally skilling, you need to skill your people across the board, right? Where do you start? And here I will not start at ITIs, I will start at your primary education system. 78% of this country is literate as based on government numbers. Literacy in India is defined as if you can read or write in any language, if you can sign your name in any language, right? Is that what we would like to call ourselves literate? How do you expect to skill somebody if your basic primary education is not up to the mark? So a lot of the learnings are not actually from global. We don't need to have a lot of global learning. We can actually just improve upon existing systems that are there, which can then take us halfway there, and then think about implementing whatever new needs to be implemented. And that, I think, is a fundamental problem that is very unique to emerging countries. I would say, I would not single out India alone. It's very unique to emerging countries because we are still experimenting with what works for us. So I think, yeah, these are some of the things. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. I'll take some questions from the floor. Do we have any questions? Yeah, could we have the mic there? So just wait for a minute for the mic, yeah. You'll have to just run up a bit. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this is Jayanto from TEDI. MCL का बात आपने किया प्रधान जी, हमें मौका मिला MCL विजिट करने के लिए, और उस रीजन में भी we have gone around the entire coal region, झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, उड़ीसा. एक तो बात है when we talk of skilling, and I think only skilling is not adequate. मुझे लगता है skilling, reskilling, and then what happens after skilling when we impart new skills, whether we have moved around in the localities around in the communities, and we found many young people they're still sitting at home even after being skilled, and they're not gainfully employed. Now, how do we help them, to go to the next level and maybe help them set up their own businesses? And what happens to a lot of women and adolescent girls? They're around and they aspire to do something, but they're clueless. Neither they are aware of different schemes that are meant for them. There's a lot of information deficit. It doesn't really flow, and therefore they fail to leverage those schemes. That's one thing that I wanted to park here. Another thing that I have found, बहुत सारे जो आपका union leaders है, तो मुझे लगा union leaders are also not doing enough. And उनके ambit में informal workforce का बात जब होती है, they also come and should come. But apparently, the impression that I have gathered, having interacted with different workers, both for, formal, informal, and contractors and union leaders, that they often cater to the needs of and becoming voice of the formal workers and not the informal workers. They do not really go beyond certain their boundary and sensitize the contractual workers. And contractual workers, if you look at their profile, they are smarter ones, they are more resourceful. And whereas I felt that union leaders can do a lot to ensure that the systems are not exploitative. Another point that I have come across is CMPF, that PF, the deductions that happens, Provident Fund. Now, many workers, we have gathered enough evidence from the ground who were, raising their first of all, they don't have the courage to be a little more curious and ask, what's happening to this deduction. Neither they receive a slip, nor they are aware how to leverage that tomorrow when they have to, sort of tap into it and use it for their benefit. And they live at the mercy of the powerful contractors. Now, how do you reverse it? So there is some sort of problem I found. Even in CMPF, all this social security thing, the question that you were raising. So the CMPF is not that. I mean, I didn't gain clarity on that. I think this is quite complex. So, ho sakta hai.
This is not within your subject, but I will answer it. But I am responding it. Okay, your subject is for something else. Coal industry, where he rightly देखा है कि जो यूनियन काम कर रहा है ना, ये जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर के लिए कोई यूनियन काम नहीं कर रहा है. सच बात है वही है, क्योंकि जब यूनियन आ जाएगा तो ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर इमीडिएट रिटर्न से हो जाएगा, वो बैठ जाएगा, क्योंकि यूनियन का कैपेसिटी नहीं पूरा माइंस को बंद कर देने के लिए. एक जगह पूरा होल कोल इंडिया जहां देखेगा, एक जगह है तालचेर, जहां टोटल कॉन्ट्रैक्टर वर्कर्स अबाउट 10,000 कॉन्ट्रैक्टर वर्कर्स shut down the mines for 14 days. And from that date, this high power committee के वेज कोल इंडस्ट्री में लागू हुआ है. कहाँ लागू हुआ नहीं, कोल इंडस्ट्री में एक वेज लागू हुआ है, हाई पावर कमिटी वेजेस. वो क्या है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का मिनिमम वेजेस एंड कोल इंडस्ट्री का मिनिमम वेजेस को एक एवरेज पे करके जो एवरेज आता है इसको हाई पावर कमिटी दे रहा है. अभी रिसेंटली एनसीडब्ल्यू वेज रिवीजन हुआ, तो रिवीजन जब हुआ ये भी वेज रिवीजन हो गया हाई पावर कमिटी का. ये वेज लागू होता है किसको, जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर जिसका प्रोविडेंट फंड कट रहा है वही वर्कर को लागू होता है. जिसका नहीं कट रहा है वो ही इज नॉट रिकॉग्नाइज्ड एज ए वर्कर, रेगुलर वर्कर. दैट इज द होल प्रॉब्लम व्हाट वी हैव डिस्कस्ड इन आल्सो थर्मल इश्यूज, कि कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का वर्कर जो है, थर्मल स्टेशन इज विद इन ए कंपाउंड एरिया, बट कोल इंडस्ट्री इज वास्ट एरिया. दे हैव नो एरिया एट ऑल. कहाँ जाएगा, कहाँ काम करेगा, क्या करेगा, कोई बोल नहीं सकता. इसलिए जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर, जितना रिकॉर्डेड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर महानदी में अभी है 16,000 कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर्स, क्योंकि हम लोग लड़ाई करके एक एनुअल गिफ्ट उन लोग को दिया कि हर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर 16,000 रुपया मिलेगा. तो ये 16,000 रुपया मिलने के लिए सबका रजिस्ट्रेशन जरूरत हुआ, सबका प्रोविडेंट फंड जरूरत हुआ. तो इसलिए अबाउट 16,000 रेगुलर एम्प्लॉइज हमारा उधर 20,000 और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रिकॉग्नाइज्ड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर 16,000 है. तो इसलिए कुछ काम हो रहा है, लेकिन ऑल ओवर इंडिया जो ट्रेड यूनियन अभी तो पुराना एक्ट में है, फिर नया एक्ट आ जाने से ना आपका सारे वर्कर कोई नहीं रहेगा और यूनियन में ऐसा हो जाएगा, क्योंकि उसका जो ये है चेंज हो जाएगा। अभी तो कुछ कुछ जगह में कुछ कुछ हो रहा है, लेकिन एक्चुअली कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वर्कर्स आर नॉट कमिंग अंडर द ट्रेड यूनियन लीडर्स। एक दफा आ जाएगा, लीडर बन जाएगा, नेक्स्ट डे उनका एम्प्लॉयमेंट चला जाएगा। वी कैंट गिव दैट गारंटी फॉर देयर एम्प्लॉयमेंट। दैट इज द रियल प्रॉब्लम विथ इट। थैंक्स। एनीथिंग मोर?
मिश्रा जी आप यू
मैं
वांट टू
इसमें,
ऐड? हाँ जी,
थोड़ा ऐड कर दूं। जो भी एग्जांपल आपने बताया ठीक है, उस जगह पर एग्जांपल लेंगे, सभी जगह पर ऐसा एकदम ठीक नहीं है। बहुत सारी जगह पर जो वहाँ पर मतलब एस्टेब्लिश्ड ट्रेड यूनियन लीडर्स हैं, जिस ईमानदारी से रेगुलर वर्कर के लिए, फॉर्मल वर्कर के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, उसी ईमानदारी से इनफॉर्मल वर्कर के लिए भी काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन एक सच्चाई है, भारत में जो अभी इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर के अंदर लगभग मोर देन 90% वर्कफोर्स का हिस्सा जो है इनफॉर्मल वर्कर के अंदर है, लेकिन उसका जो यूनियनाइजेशन जो हुआ है वो बहुत कम है। मैं बात करूँ तो लगभग 40 से लेकर 50 करोड़ के बीच में भारत के अंदर वर्कफोर्स है जो इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर के अंदर आती है, लेकिन उसके अंदर जो यूनियनाइज जो वर्कफोर्स है वो खाली लगभग सभी ट्रेड यूनियन का हम जोड़ लें तो लगभग 10 करोड़ से कम बनता है, जाकर के जो इससे कम बनता है, लेस देन 10 करोड़ जो हमारे क्लेम्ड जो है, क्लेम्ड और एक्चुअल में भी फर्क होता है, ठीक है ना। तो जो 40 करोड़ जो है, 40 करोड़ के लिए लड़ने वाला वहां पर लीडर ही नहीं है कोई, ना फॉर्मल सेक्टर का लीडर है ना इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर का लीडर है। तो कई बार उस एग्जाम्पल को बाकी जगह का भी एग्जाम्पल मान लेते हैं, इसलिए हर जगह को फर्क करना पड़ेगा। जो ईमानदारी से वो फिर वो जो जिनकी आप बात कर रहे हैं वो ट्रेड यूनियन लीडर नहीं है, वो दुकानदार हैं, वो दुकान चला रहे हैं अपनी। वास्तव में कोई ट्रेड यूनियन लीडर है तो फिर वो उसके लिए कोई फर्क नहीं करता। और जो मुझे लगता है कि एक इंटक बड़ा संगठन है, भारतीय मजदूर संघ देश का एक सबसे बड़ा संगठन है, हमारी मेंबरशिप 3 करोड़ से ज़्यादा है, बहुत सारे देशों की आबादी भी इतनी नहीं है। तो मतलब जो वास्तव में ट्रेड यूनियन कोई भी काम कर रही हो, मैं सभी के लिए बात कर रहा हूँ, 12-13 जितने भी सेंट्रल ट्रेड यूनियन सभी लोग ईमानदारी से काम करते हैं। हमारे विचार में फ़र्क हो सकता है, कुछ चीज़ों को लेकर के हमारा आपस में विरोध हो सकता है, लेकिन कोई भी ट्रेड यूनियन ईमानदारी से काम करती है। लेकिन जो असली समस्या है कि जो 40 करोड़ वर्कफोर्स जो आपस यूनियनाइज ही नहीं है अभी तक, जो यूनियनाइज होना नहीं चाहती किसी कारण से या नहीं हो पाई है, समस्या उसकी ज़्यादा है, जहाँ पर अभी तक ट्रेड यूनियन पहुँची नहीं है। वहाँ तक कैसे पहुँचना, हम लगातार लगे हुए हैं, लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं, धीरे धीरे बढ़ भी रहे हैं हम सभी लोग मिलकर के, और वहाँ तक पहुँच करके हर व्यक्ति को असंगठित को संगठित करना, इस पर हम चल रहे हैं, और इसको जब तक ये नहीं करेंगे तब तक आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू मिश्रा जी। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, लास्ट क्वेश्चन या
हेलो सर, मेरा नाम मणिदीप है, मैं सेंटर फॉर एनर्जी एनवायरनमेंट एंड पीपल जयपुर बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम करता हूँ। सो हम राजस्थान में थर्मल पावर प्लांट वर्कर्स के ऊपर कुछ काम चल रहा है हमारा, जिसमें वी आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन लाइवलीहुड्स एंड थर्मल पावर प्लांट। जैसे हम प्लांट विजिट किया तो कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल वर्कर्स तो वल्नरेबल है ही है, उसके अंदर फिर इंटरसेक्शनलिटी है, स्किल्ड, अनस्किल्ड एंड सेमी स्किल्ड। इन सब से नीचे हमने नोटिस किया था कि फ्लाई ऐश का जो ब्रिक इंडस्ट्री में वर्कर्स है जो एसोसिएटेड, जिनके लिए जिनका लाइवलीहुड्स कंप्लीटली थर्मल प्लांट के ऐश के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट, एंड मेजॉरिटी ऑफ देम आर वुमेन। अब आप तालचर का एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कर रहे हो, तो वहाँ पे कुछ इशू हुआ, उनको कैसे एड्रेस किया क्योंकि कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल वर्कर्स के लिए यूनियन का सहायता तो थोड़ा बहुत होता है, फ्लाई ऐश वर्कर्स के लिए तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, तो उनके बाद
आपका फ्लाई ऐश वाला कितना वर्कर एम्प्लॉय कर रहा है? हमारा जितना फ्लाई ऐश स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज है ये लेस देन 20 वर्कर्स वो एम्प्लॉय कर रहा है, लेस देन 10 इवन, एंड ऑल आर बियॉन्ड द रूल ऑफ लेबर रूल्स, एनी लेबर रूल्स। तो योर प्लांट आई डोंट नो हाउ मच।
राजस्थान का जो ओल्डेस्ट पावर प्लांट राजस्थान का जो कोटा पावर प्लांट, वहाँ पे जो फ्लाई ऐश इंडस्ट्रीज ऑलमोस्ट 100 के आसपास में।
ना दैट इज ऑलरेडी ईच इंडस्ट्री हाउ मच एम्प्लॉइज देयर।
हाँ सर, वही बोला, तो समवेयर अराउंड 500 के आसपास है, बट उनका कोई हिसाब नहीं है, तो इंडिविजुअल
ना उसका एम्प्लॉयर एक ही होगा नहीं ना, मेनी एम्प्लॉयर्स।
मेनी एम्प्लॉयर्स।
एक एम्प्लॉयर के पास 20 से कम आदमी है ना, ज्यादा है?
कम है
तो वो रूल में नहीं आएगा।
नहीं सर, वो रूल में तो नहीं आएगा, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ उनके ऊपर इम्पैक्ट क्या था, आपका तालचर के एक्सपीरियंस में कुछ?
तालचर में एक्सपीरियंस है वही, जो इतना काम करेगा वो इतना पैसा लेते हैं, वो भाई पीस रेटेड एम्प्लॉइज, दे आर रियली पीस रेटेड एम्प्लॉइज, जो काम कर रहा है वो रहे, कोई अच्छा मालिक है तो उनका खाना पीना कुछ मेडिसिन फेडिसिन देता है, नहीं तो कुछ सोशल सिक्योरिटी जीरो। वो जो गवर्नमेंट का जो सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम है वो उन लोग को मिलता है। दैट इज ऑल।
Thank you. With that, Swati, sir, you want to add something? No.
Oh, I wanted to talk about brick workers.
Okay. With that comment, I think I'll bring the session to a close. Pradhanji, Mishra ji, Swati, and Shrisha, thank you so very much for joining us. We would now invite Manvi for concluding remarks. Yeah.
I'll just take a minute before I sort of conclude this. Thank you to everybody for coming for this discussion. I know decommissioning thermal power plants is kind of becomes a little bit sensitive. There are many concerns and rightful concerns. At a national level, there's energy security to think about. And at a very micro worker level, there's livelihood to think about. So it's a very, very complex subject. But the fact is that, our submission to this entire discussion is that decommissioning a TPP is a topic which is exclusive of the overall net zero thermal, phase down conversation. Even if there are 2 units or 2 plants getting decommissioned in a year, it has to be done properly. So there have to be mechanisms put in place. So it is not a question of हम कोयला बंद कराने की बात कर रहे हैं या कोई वो बात नहीं कर रहा है अभी, वो जब होगा तब देखा जाएगा। बट द पॉइंट इज कि अगर 2 भी प्लांट बंद होते हैं सोशो इकोनॉमिक रीजंस की वजह से, एनवायरमेंटल रीजंस की वजह, जिस भी रीजन की वजह से, वो ढंग से होना चाहिए। In that we see very live examples already in this country where the impact is visible. तालचेर का सर ने इतनी डिटेल में बात बताई, तालचेर टेम्पररी क्लोजर है, वो नया प्लांट आ भी जाएगा। देन ऑल्सो देर आर सो मेनी प्रॉब्लम्स। इमेजिन एन एरिया वेयर अनदर प्लांट इज नॉट इवन गेटिंग प्लांट। फाइनेंस की बात अगर करें, देयर वाज अ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव फ्रॉम पंजाब स्टेट पावर जनरेशन कॉर्पोरेशन हु वाज गोइंग टू कम बट ही कुडंट। They have 6 billion rupees of impairment loss on their books because of the closure of Guru Nanak Dev thermal power plant. Who's going to pay for it? How will you go about it? For how many days that cost will linger on the books? Environment, of course, NLC se sir chale gaye, but they were lucky they got a national highway getting constructed around their place, so unko mil gaya buyer. But we know the struggle that thermal power plants go through to sell their ash. And lastly, repurposing. It's also another interesting story on how ad hoc this has been. I'd not like to comment on the fate of Badarpur and the eco park that is getting developed there. But was that the best decision of land use in the national capital region? There's no way of justifying it or figuring it out. In fact, Punjab mein the power plant which got closed, the plan was to build an industrial estate around it. It's still sort of a plan. So my point is that all these dimensions are very real and happening. Even if there are 4 instances, you don't know when it becomes 8, when it becomes 16. So it's an opportunity for India to plan, think ahead, and build structures, create those institutional mechanisms that Shrestha was alluding to make sure that this happens properly. And on that note, I'd like to thank all my speakers who came through both from within the city and also traveled from outside to be to participate in this. Sir flew in just last night, so thank you so much, sir. Especially on such a subject where some people sort of thought it was too sensitive to talk on, when it is not, in fact. Also, my colleagues Shivangi, Surit for helping put this together, and everybody else for moderating, Shrestha, Atika. And to the listeners, of course, thank you for the patient listening, and apologies for a little bit of a delay that happened during this thing. But on that note, thank you everybody. I will close this meeting.